Dear chess friends, welcome at the live commentary of the European Women Chess Championship 2022 here from Prague from the Don Giovanni Hotel. Today we have the round number 8, 8 out of 11. So we are approaching to the end of the tournament. The tension is growing, and you can see from the pairings that on the top board we have a duel between Monika Sočko from Poland and Gunay Mamadzada from Azerbaijan, and they have 6 points out of 7, which is great. And then on the second board, the game between Maria Gevorgian, she is playing very well this tournament, 5.5 out of 7, and Alexandra Malcevskaya from Poland. You can see the cameras from the playing hall, and we will look at the games shortly because they started 15 minutes ago, which is exactly the delay due to anti-cheating reasons. So we are 15 minutes delayed from the live. And then, of course, I will watch the games of Czech players, mainly Tereza Ročtein and Natalia Kaňáková. Both of them, they have 4 points. And also maybe the board number 34, where is Petra Sochorová with 3.5 out of 7. So let's have a look at the games. Maybe I will mention also Nana Zagnidze, the board number 10, the rating favorite of the tournament, but she lost yesterday to Gunay Mamadzada, so she has only 4.5. But we still have 4 rounds, and 4 rounds is a lot. You can have 4 points or 0 points, and that's a big difference. So for Nana Zagnidze, not everything is lost. She can fight back and reach the top boards. But now we can watch the top game between Monika Sočko and Gunay Mamadzada. You can see that the opening is Slav defense. Queen's Gambit declined, but Black started with c6 and bishop f5. So it's some sort of Slav. And I do believe this variation is considered to be relatively okay for Black, because White already played this e3 move, which is a little bit of a calm opening, I think. So I don't think we will see any big fireworks here in the opening. But I do remember that knight h4 is the move here in Slav, in this variation, to attack the f5 bishop, and the bishop can go to g4 or g6. And White is supposed to have a slight advantage, but nothing special. Yeah, we have knight h4 on the board. I'm happy that I guessed the move. And bishop e4 is also one of the options. Then usually White is continuing with f3, chasing the bishop away again. And the aim of all these moves is to win the bishop and thus to have a bishop pair, which is a strategical advantage. And f3 on the board, and White is hoping to use the bishop pair in the future course of the game. Actually, I played this with Black also once. It's quite solid, and it's supposed to be relatively okay for Black. But yeah, White can of course play this variation. I'm not an expert in this, so we'll see how this game develops, and let's have a look on the second board. Okay, we just started with knight f3, the move of Maria Gevorgian, and we don't have the reply. I do believe that Black player, she was under Russian Federation, but I think she changed the federation to Poland recently. It's a normal way to deal with the situation. So she is playing a great tournament, and she is the best Polish women player here after Monika Sočko. Yeah, Poland has many top women players. We are hoping to get there in some time, but For searching Czech players, I will have to go to the board number 23, where we can find Tereza Ročtein. She is playing a great tournament after some sort of break, family, kids, and these things. So I don't think she expected anything big, but actually she is playing very well. I think she's happy, and hopefully she can put a good fight today against women international master Lara Schulze from Germany, because her opponent is a favorite. And the opening is actually quite interesting. I'm looking forward to the g5 move in near future. It's some sort of an Italian defense, but usually today when we see h6 played in the opening, then g5 follows, and it's a very modern line. Of course, we can play d6 first and all this normal stuff, but then I'm expecting something like g5. When the bishop goes to g5, it's also pinning the knight, of course, but you are a little bit provocative, and black can react with h6, g5 normally. And the second game, the girls are playing next to each other today. There we have Natalia Kaňáková against famous chess commentator Dina Belenkaya. Now she is playing under the flag of Israel, the women grandmaster. So it's also an interesting game. Natalka, she is playing very fighting chess here. And yeah, I'm looking forward to this game. Also, this opening is quite interesting. It's some sort of an English opening, but white delayed the move d4. And I'm expecting something like bishop b2 now, bishop b7, let's say. And then, normally, of course, white would like to go knight c3, queen c2. And without the bishop on b7, normally white continues something like rook g1 and g4. And I actually think that the b6 move and bishop b7 was a preparation of black to stop the normal plan of white in this line, because I do believe that this line was analyzed among Czech girls due to the suggestion of women captain here in the Czech Republic, Tomáš Polák. And we can see this opening quite often from Czech players, and I think black is prepared, because this development of the bishop is actually aimed against the typical plan in this line, which is rook g1 and g4. It may seem strange, but on the other hand, you can see this bishop on b2, and g4, g5 is attacking the knight on f6, so it's not stupid at all. It's played on the highest level, but normally you need black to castle short, and imagine, instead of this b6 line, imagine normal continuation, bishop e7 and short castle, which is logical from black's point of view and a normal one. But then you can actually start pushing on the king side, maybe queen c2 first or knight c3, and then rook g1 and g4, which is quite interesting. And I would calmly recommend this to you as a line for white, because it's unexpected, and without the preparation, black can have some trouble on the king side. But it's just a sample line. I'm not saying that rook g1 is the best move here, because black, of course, will continue c5, and that's why they usually start with knight c3 and queen c2 first, and only then to start an attack on the king side. What do we have in the game is knight c3 exactly, but now with the bishop on b7, the plan of rook g1 is no longer that good. So it's a little bit disruption, and it can be a little bit annoying for white. So I'm expecting, anyway, queen c2, and then we will see what black is doing. Maybe she will go knight bd7, but as you can see, it's still preparation for both players. Anyway, thank you for being here with me. Please don't be afraid to ask any questions in chat. I'm looking at the chat from time to time. So I will be happy to answer. Also, if you want to analyze some specific game, uh, don't be afraid to write in chat. I will do my best, but of course, during the live commentary, I will mainly analyze the top games, the top 2 or 3 boards, and the top 2 or 3 check girls. Yeah, we see a6 on the board, and actually, this is an interesting piece of preparation. I can judge from the time spent on moves that this is a preparation, and it's a very interesting piece. I I may look at this uh, for black for my opponent repertoire. I don't know exactly what the idea of a6 is. I suspect that black wants to go knight bd7 and bishop d6 then, because then the a6 move is useful for protecting the b5 square. There is no knight b5 then. So maybe this is one of the reasons. Yeah, and also the thing is that black doesn't want to castle too soon. As I told you, when you castle, then the bishop on b2 is very aggressive one, and then the g4, g5 plan is on the table. So black is currently keeping the king in the center, waiting. Of course, the king will go to the king side, most probably. But when the king is not there, then for white it makes no sense to start an attack. So maybe white would go d4, which is actually the best move according to the computer. And then after d4, you no longer worry about this kingside attack, so you can continue normally knight bd7 or bishop d6 and developing. This is actually a little opening nuance that I like very much. I will return to this game. As you can see, I'm a big chess fan, and this is one of the top duels for Czech fans. But anyway, let's have a look. There is this top duel between Monika Sočko and Gunay Mamadzada. They are actually fighting on the top board, and well, I think the draw is the most most expected result. But in the case when one of these girls win the game, then I think she would have a big chance to win the whole championship. It's actually the 8th round, and then only 3 rounds will remain, and these girls are half a point leading the field, and there is only 1 game on 5.5 out of 7, so there is a probability that if one girl wins, then she will have a 1-point lead, which is quite a lot. So yeah, I can sense the tension because it's already there. It's the 8th round, and the game is actually developing normally. I told you about this idea to win the bishop pair. And actually what I find strange in this variation is the hanging pawn on h2. It's actually hanging many times in this opening. Now, of course, it's untouchable because after rook takes h2, rook takes, queen takes, there is queen takes b7, which is a very big issue. But of course, black can develop first, playing, let's say, knight c6, which I do believe is going to happen. Then white will continue with rook c1, and then the pawn is still there, but still it can't be taken because of the b7 hanging, but it's something you need to consider. Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised by the move c takes d5. I know it's one of the main variations, but in this concrete position, I think white usually goes knight takes g6, h takes g6, and long castle. And keeping the possibility of c takes d5 in the future, I would say I'm not an expert, so I don't know honestly. But the truth is that c takes d5 and a takes g6 and long castle is allowing black to develop the knight on c6. When you don't take on d5 and there are still pawns on c4 and c6, black knight is actually restricted to go to d7. But on the other hand, after c takes d5 later, black can also take with the e pawn, which would actually be my choice. So yeah, there are some nuances, but they have not such a big influence on the evaluation of the position. It's still slightly better for white, but nothing really special. So it's a matter of taste, yeah, than anything else. So king b1, yeah, now I'm expecting knight c6 and rook c1. These moves are very logical, and now it's a question for black what he would do. Maybe rook c8, simply developing the rook. Black is actually not going to play a long castle here, I think, because of the c file. I think there would be problems on the c file. This is not something we would want as black. The king is weak on c8, and this is not good. And also black is not going to castle short yet, because then one would expect a quick attack on the king side with white pawns. So it's a little bit tricky position for black's king, because it should stay on e8 now, for now, but it should wait till the right moment to castle long. Yeah, I do believe that we have knight c6 on the board, and rook c1 is also on the board. Yeah, correctly. I think it's still preparation from Monika Sochko, which is good for her. But Gunaima Mazzada is also playing quite fast, so she knows her thing. And I would expect rook c8 or maybe rook d7 now. Rook d7 looks also completely fine, but rook c8 looks more logical, I think. And then that's the question, when black castles, it's logical to start an attack on the king side. And this g4 move would be very strong. I think white can play g4 also in this position, but it's not that scary anymore, because knight d7 would be my choice then. And yeah, h4 is protected. You can't go there because there is rook and the bishop. It's very important. So that's the reason why we keep the king in the center for now, and black is doing fine. And we can see that knight d7 is on the table. It's played. So yeah, these girls, they really know their stuff. It seems very logical so far. The thing is that now bishop d3 can be played, yeah. With the idea of knight e2, I guess. Yeah, that's the story. And then it's a question whether white wants to cover this pawn or not, because white can play h3, but it's a loss of the tempo, and also the g3 square can be weak. Still b7 is hanging, but for example, after rook c8, knight e2, b5, then we can already think about rook takes h2 threat. So it's a big question what to do now. But computer is showing that a4 is good. That, yeah, it should be okay. But it can be very interesting after b takes, queen takes, knight b6, queen takes, and something like rook a8. Very interesting fight. We can see now, and the king goes to d7 now. Okay, that's nice. And then the other rook goes to b8, and actually white's position seems to be a little bit scary. On the other hand, computer is showing an advantage to white. That's something surprising, right? But white can continue with rook c2 or rook c3, and then this is just a chaos. So relatively calm position after bishop d3 can be actually quite dangerous for both sides. And I think such variations were really in white's preparation. That's bad news for Gunay Mamadzada, because Monika Sochko is playing very fast, and I think she will put a lot of effort to this game, trying to win with white and to reach maybe even 1 point lead in the tournament, as I were explaining to you. So this is actually critical, and Monika will put a lot of effort into this game, I think. On the other hand, Gunay Mamadzada from Azerbaijan, she is young. She is a slight rating favorite, so I wouldn't be too afraid. We will see. We will see. And we have something in chat from Ivan. Thank you. And we can check the board number 25, of course. Who is there? Lile Koridze against Jana Blagojevic. Lile Koridze, she is a famous streamer right now, which is actually a good way for women to earn some money in chess and to gain some fans. And I'm a little bit sad that we don't have such streamers in the Czech Republic yet. The field is free for you girls. But of course, they are all streaming in English because the Czech market, let's say, is too small. So I hope we will see some streamers from the Czech Republic in the future. I'm too old for that. So hopefully someone younger will take up the challenge. So what do we have now? This is some sort of a Catalan defense and some sort of deep preparation from Jana Blagojevic. This e5 move was still prepared, and exactly in this point white's preparation ended. I can see that from the time management, and she is thinking what to do. And that's actually a difficult question. We saw some exchanges. The white went to g5 with the bishop, and then white exchanged it for the knight on f6. Which is a typical idea in Catalan that honestly I don't fully understand. I like bishop pair, and giving up that bishop too easily would be not my choice. But okay, it's a possibility. Thank you for the comment that age is just a number. That's true. That's true. Maybe I will start. But since I'm a chairman of the federation now, I don't have so much time for that. But we will see in the future. That's true. Knight bd2 and e5 played. That is a very important move, because if you don't play that, let's have a look. If you imagine that you would play something else, I would go knight takes c4, and actually this position would be very bad for black, because e5 is already under control and you have no counterplay as black, and the c8 bishop is very sad. So when you imagine this, actually e5 move is pretty much forced, and now it's a question what white wants to do. Usually after e5 we have two options: knight takes c4, letting black to take on d4. But with a bishop pair, I can easily imagine that this position is very okay for black. I mean, it can be easily better already. Let's say in this endgame, we are not talking about white's advantage anymore. So I would expect actually d5 to be played. I know there is knight e7, but then I can go knight takes c4, e4, let's say. And the position is a little bit chaotic, but it's the best what white has. And it's around equal, I would say. A very interesting and chaotic position. So far it's equal even on board 25. We may return to this one later. I hope Lile Koridze will play this d5 move, because Otherwise, I don't like white's position already. For example, maybe one more sample line. After this, it's also possible, but I see that this is also, I would say, a good position for white. Let's say after normal queen e7, or I can even go queen b5 now. And black is going to develop the light squared bishop to e6. And then I don't see any white's advantage here. It can easily be better for black already. And actually we have the e5 on the board. It's a little bit sad story, but understandable. Yeah, I can understand why this move was played, but objectively it shouldn't be good for white. But it's just the beginning. I can easily imagine knight takes, queen take, knight takes, and queen e7, which is a human move. And then, okay, black wants to go c6, let's say in this variation, and then c6 to block the light squared bishop, but it's nothing that critical for white. The bishop pair plays a huge role here. But on the other hand, the knight on c4 is nicely placed. I can imagine some queen c2. And the game, from a human point of view, is around equal, but computer shows already a black advantage. So, we saw the first board. There is no change, because I can understand that this is the point where black's preparation ended. I think Monika Sochko is happy now. She has every reason to be happy because her preparation worked. She knows exactly what she is doing. The position is a complicated one, but is supposed to be a little bit better for white. And yeah, Gunay Momodzada is thinking. And actually, computer changed their mind somehow. This rook c8 would be my choice. And rook b8 is the move that we have here, but I don't believe this is something you would like to play. On the other hand, now already the h2 pawn is hanging. We covered the b7, so white needs to worry somehow about this. But it's not such a big issue. Even knight e2 is possible to be played, and also we can play normally h3 here. So yeah, it's a little bit better position for white, I think. On the second board, oh, we have a lot of moves. We weren't there for some time. It was an English opening transposed to a Marozzi pawn structure, which I actually do like for both colors. So that's a good news to me. Yeah, greetings from Poland, and I say hello to Český Těšín. I'm happy for the fans from Český Těšín or Polský Těšín. Both of these two parts of one city. Knight takes d4, and now knight takes d4, which was actually a modern way to approach Marozzi structure for black. But I think it was like, I don't know, 3 years ago or something like that. So it's already an old variation now. The times are changing so quickly. Yeah, and exactly that what I was doing 3 years ago. Queen d2. I would explain that a little bit. The reason why black took on d4 now is that he is not going to wait for white bishop to appear on e3. Because if you take on d4, white can take with the bishop. So that's the reason why black took on d4. On the other hand, black did that, and white is not that worried about it, because the queen goes to d4 and then it can return to d8 and save one tempo, comparing to the queen d2 variation when you go to d2 from d1. Then you go bishop e3, exactly as what happened in the game, and then you go back with the queen. So you don't have to put anything on d4 now, and you will not, most probably. Uh, and this variation is supposed to be a little bit better for white. So I do believe that they stopped playing that from black's point of view. So I'm a little bit surprised to see that it is preparation for both players, I think, and that surprises me a little bit. And what is even more surprising that after a5, which was the main variation played even by such guys like, like I do believe that Caruana or Carlsen played this line, and b3 was the main line, and I do believe that Carlsen played this, but it's supposed to be better for white. b3 is like the most obvious reaction, and black is thinking. And that's a complete shock for me, because you either know the variation or you don't. And when after a5 played in 30 seconds and after b3 you start thinking, I don't know, there is something wrong. But I don't know what went wrong in black's preparation, but something went wrong terribly. Because this is just the start. A4 is a normal reaction, then b4, and then something like knight d7, knight b6, or bishop e6 is the line. I'm not an expert, but I do know this. Of course, black can continue normally by playing bishop d7 and bishop c6, developing the bishop in this way, which is quite normal for Maróczy structure. But then white got everything what he wanted when he stabilizes the queen side. Also, knight a4 is somewhat a threat now. And also stabilizes the center, and when white can develop normally by playing bishop e2 short castle, the structure is considered to be better for white. So that's not something what black wants. But if you don't know, for example, the a4 line, and objectively it's also not good, and I told you that they stopped playing this knight takes d4 line, I think, and they returned to normal bishop g7 or first d6 line, because by playing d6 you rule out bishop e3 for one more move, and you force white to develop either bishop to e2 or putting the pawn to f3, because white wants to go bishop e3, but then you have bishop g4, and that's a big issue. So by playing d6 first instead of bishop g7, it's a small little trick, and you are forcing white to do something like that, or h3 now, and then bishop e3. I think they are doing this right now, and I don't understand what's happening right now. Something went terribly wrong for black, or our transmission got stuck. We will see in the future. And thank you for another one. Poland, fan from Poland. Yeah, I'm not a pro. But yeah, I'm a GM, but I'm not a professional. And actually, that's the problem in the opening, because in this phase of the game, when you don't know the variations and you are not trying to learn them every day, you are doomed nowadays without the computer preparation. It's a big issue. But then when we reach the middle game, it's already a phase for me, so I'm looking forward to the next 2 hours. And we didn't see the board number 3 yet at all, where Nino Batsiashvili is playing against Gulnar Mamadova. And we see some chaos on the board. What is that, guys? What is that? There is a pawn on d5. Yeah, it was a queen's gambit accepted. Some sort of a normal line, I would say. Well, this rook e1 line, I would say, that is designed for playing e4 in the future. But sadly for me, knight e4 happened. So yeah, because after b4 we were forced to do that. And they are both playing very fast, especially black is playing very fast. Yeah, e4 on the board, luckily for me. Especially black is playing very fast, and these moves like h6 and c4 would take a lot of black's time. But when you see it on the screen of the computer, it's much easier to play that, right? But this is all very logical, and I'm not surprised that the position is around equal because I see no mistakes for both players. And you can see that it's already new for Neno Batsiashvili. She is out of the book, but she played it very well, and so far the position is completely normal. Short castle is, I do believe, the only move. And now that's the question, but I somewhat expect e5 to be played, and then d6. You can play like this. And claiming that white is a little bit better, which is the case, I do believe. On the other hand, we have some knight b3 possibility where white wouldn't be happy with rook a2, of course. But there is a very funny move that the computer suggests, and I do believe this is the preparation still for black. Bishop d3. I like this. This is fun. After bishop d3, c takes d3, there is the knight on b3. So this is white's idea, to lure the pawn to d3 and then to take it, which can't be stopped now. You can play d2, and I can't take it because of queen takes g2. But after queen d3, there is a big problem for black. I think this is going to be lost because the d6 pawn is strong, and you need to exchange queens, but then I win this pawn back, and it's going to be very bad for black. So no, I do believe that e5 needs to be played somehow, because apart from that I don't see a way for white. c5 looks good, from at least to my eyes. We can make some move like queen e1, maybe even attacking the b4 pawn. But one would expect something in the center. Yeah, when you go d6 first, I think that e5 is going to be a problem. That's a typical reaction. And this is not good for black, I think. For white. So, yeah. We can check the games of the Czech players, but maybe I will have a short stop here on the board number 10, where the rating favorite of the tournament is trying to get back to the top boards, and Nana Zagnidze is actually better from the opening. She has a bishop pair, and black played d5 here. And I don't think this is a good decision. I think h6 is like the only move here, stopping bishop g5, because you want to keep this position closed, as much closed as possible with black. You are not supposed to play d5 here. White has a bishop pair, and these bishops, they need open diagonals. By playing d5, you are actually enabling them, and this pawn is going to be weak on d5 anyway. I'm not saying white is going to take, but I can also happily take the pawn. And after queen takes d5, I have many options that I actually do like a lot, starting from f3 or simply queen c2 or bishop f4 even. And I do like white's position here. On the top of that, I'm not forced to take. I can play bishop g5 immediately. And I think this pawn center is going to fall apart, how you are going to defend this threat. If you take, I take on e4, and this is going to be bad, I think. At least it seems like that. And yeah, I think this is a good opening for Nana Zagnidze. It seems like a good position. Yeah. She is thinking after d5, but I think bishop g5 will be played with a nice advantage, and I think Nana will get to the top boards. So let's have a look on the game between Monika Sochko and Gunay Mamadzada. We see rook c8 on the board. That's what we were talking about, and knight e2. Played instantly. Yeah, I know this feeling. It's not a good feeling when you play against an opponent that is very well prepared. It's actually a bit annoying to see this when you are black. It's clear that white knows this position, and it's not easy to react for black, because you can understand that short castle is one of the best options here, but when you don't know the position, you are afraid of h4. You need to understand what's the defensive maneuver for black here, if there is any, to play short castle. And actually, I don't see any defensive maneuver. It's about b5 and maybe starting the counterplay on the queen side, but I think h5 is going to be very quick. So that's somewhat prohibited. But what else? You need to consider b5, which is an aggressive move, and without the preparation, it's very hard to play it. So psychologically, it's very difficult to know that white is in the preparation in such position. Yeah, good news for friends from Poland, our Polish friends. It seems very good so far for you. I think this is very tough spot for Gunay Mamadzara, maybe her first time during the tournament. When you see her results, she only made 2 draws in the middle of the tournament, and she won every other game. But today it will be very tough for her, I do believe. After knight e2, b5 is still maybe the only reaction. If you do something else, I don't know. I mean, like, say queen b6 or something like that. Queen b6 is not a bad move. It's something you would play in a blitz game, I think. And actually, I do believe it will be played, but that's another question. Then I can calmly go to d1 or even c2. Of course, I will not exchange queens. And then your rook is still pinned, so you can't go knight b4. And when you play short castle, which is probably logical, I will go rook c3. I may also go queen a4 normally. This is also normal, playing queen a4 here instead of queen d1. I use the fact that you have the queen on b6, so you no longer can jump knight b6. This is also completely normal. Black can maybe go queen a7 with the idea of knight b6, that's true. It can easily happen on the board. We will see. And another Polish player is on the second board, and actually this move a4, which I suggested immediately, took her 13 minutes. Well, it's not good, it's not a good sign, but maybe she was just remembering all the variations she studied at home. That would be the better case, because if she is not prepared in this line, I think it's going to be very tough for Alexandra Maltsevskaya. And Maria Gevorgyan is actually playing a great tournament. She is the best of Armenian girls so far. And today she also has very good chances to score a whole point, because this opening is objectively supposed to be a little bit better for white. And as we can see, there is somewhat strange preparation from black side. So combining these two facts, I do believe that white is much better now. This bishop e6 I told you about, rook c1, and I do believe this game of Magnus continued by playing a3 or knight d7. Both moves looks logical. And then white is of course going to play knight d5, let's say, in this position. That's why he put rook on c1 to avoid the bishop. And when you take on d5, I can take with the c pawn. And this position with the bishop pair is slightly better for white. Maybe not slightly, maybe even much better for white. The bishop pair is strong. On the other hand, black can create some counterplay by continuing a3 and bishop b2. So it's not dead lost, of course. The Marozzi is somewhat risky opening, but still playable. So that's what we have on the second board. And we will go to the Czech games. Somewhat I'm curious how Tereza Ročtejn and Natalia Kaňáková is doing. We see g5 on the board, right? I told you. And immediately after a6, they go g5. Let's go there. It's quite normal these days. Yeah, and I know the style of Tereza Ročtejn, so it was not difficult for me to guess what will happen. Yeah, the thing that I don't understand these days is that they go h6 and g5, and then they castle short. That's something I would never do. I mean, you started an attack on the king side, and then you castle into it. Yeah, but they do it all the time, even the top grandmasters. I saw some games from yesterday's tournament, yesterday's games in St. Louis, and yeah, they were all playing this h6 g5 idea. The top guys in the world. I still do not understand it fully. In the old days, the normal reaction to the attack on the king side or any side, queen side also, would be the break in the center. So I would be very tempted to play d4, but surprisingly, black doesn't care about it at all. Let's say what do we have? d4 now. Black does not care at all, and she moves the bishop to a7. And she says like, okay, you attacked me, and what's next, right? And if white takes on e5 now, black can take on e4 with the knight, and you can already see that the position is okay for black. Yeah, there are some combinations starting with bishop takes f7, but usually they are not good. And the position is good for black. So, yeah, but it would be my reaction, actually, the d4 move. And they are somewhat trying to push this d4 in the future, and the bishop usually goes to a7. And maybe they are playing it for both colors because it's strategically interesting and also relatively okay for black from the computer point of view. But I would do bishop a7 here. With black, I would wait with the castling. I don't like it that much, but on the other hand, they are all playing it. What I'm saying is that I would try to make h5 work, like knight h7 maybe, and then queen f6. And the knight can also go to f8, e6, g6. I would play like that to keep the king in the center for a while. Of course, maybe I will castle short, but immediately after h takes g5, then castle short, it looks a little bit strange, but they are doing it now, right now, these days, so why not? Short castle, bishop g4, h3, they are both doing it, so now bishop h5, I do believe. We will see something like b4, bishop a7, and a4. That's a normal strategy for both colors, and then the knight usually regroups to e7, and then g6, and maybe f4 in the future. So this is an interesting game, and for Natalia Kaňáková, we left the game after a6, and c takes d5 happened, which is a surprise for me, But then d4, white realized that it's the queen c2 line would be too aggressive, and with the bishop on this diagonal there is no space for g4. No, not anymore. So d4. Now bishop d6. That's the idea behind the a6 move, that now knight b5 is not possible. Knight bd7, castle, castle, rook c1, knight e4. This is very standard position, I do believe. And knight c2, f5, knight e2 is also very standard, leading to a approximately equal position, I do believe. Black has some initiative on the king side. Like, I don't know, sometimes he would go like rook f6 and rook h6, or even g5, I don't know. But on the other hand, white's position on the king side is very solid. He has the c file. It can jump knight e5, or knight g3, or knight f4. So it's around equal, I do believe. And knight e5 is going to be played, I think. So this position is around equal, I would say. So let's go back, or we can have a look at the second board. We were there a few minutes ago. And knight b5 on the board. Oh, that's a slight surprise, because that's the move computer suggested, and I wouldn't say that a human will play this. I would expect queen e7 more, but queen b5 is good. The idea is to protect the b7 pawn. So now black can play bishop e6 actually, and then c6, and the queen is very well placed on the queen side, because black has a pawn majority on the queen side, so the queen is useful there, and black would like to advance with the pawn majority on the queen side. And with the bishop pair still on the board, I think this position is better for black, as I told you a few minutes ago. Okay, let's have a look at the top boards, where, oh, we have a fight. Also, it may be also a preparation for black. Oh my, that's a surprise. But she was thinking for a long time over these moves, rook c8 and b5. But then she was able to play very quickly. And we have this variation on the board that we analyzed like 1 hour ago. I put there just a few guesses what can happen. And we see that on the board. Oh, I am lucky boy. Exactly what I told you about. Queen takes, rook a8, and king d7. Oh my. Okay, this Gunay Mazzarashi is very strong. To come up with this idea without the computer preparation, it's fantastic. This is really something. But the disadvantage is that it's the best line. And white is still in her preparation. Oh, this is crazy. She continues to play so quickly that, no, from black's point of view, I would rather, I would call an arbiter that it's unfair. We have the move 24, and my opponent is still in the preparation. That's not fair. So we have knight a4 on the board, and they are going to exchange everything. Okay, but that's a surprise. The problem is that knight b6 and king d7 was a lovely construction. No, really, to play this over the board is fantastic. This is so nice. So rook c3 happened, knight a4, rook takes. But this is not that dangerous for black, I do believe. You go king d8, and okay, white has some compensation, but it's not that big. But rook c6 happened in 18 seconds. No way. Well, that's a real piece of preparation. Amazing, amazing stuff. Rook c6. The point behind this move is that the knight now on a4 is trapped somewhat. Of course, it's covered from the rook, but I think b3 now is the real threat. And how are you supposed to react? It's really not easy. The exchange sacrifice was directed against this rook, surprisingly, the h8 rook. That's not in the game now. Let's have a look at the position before the exchange sacrifice. Now, if you go here, if you go something else than rook c3 and knight a4, for example, rook c2, which is also possible, I go rook hb8. And now after rook hc1, I go knight c4. And this is very dangerous for white, because after bishop takes, I can go queen a7, threatening the mate here. The difference between rook c3 and rook c2 is small. Please don't ask me why. Okay, we will try to come up with the explanation. Now the variation. Now you don't have the queen a7 move, that's true. Yeah, but that's a big issue. Because you can't take the queen. This is lost. I will take on c6 and this is just bad. And yeah, to have this queen a7 is important, and now when the rook is not on c2 it's bad because I can move my bishop and there is no mate. But oh my god. Yeah, this is all prepared. And now I would, of course, I would take the h2 pawn. Finally, after all these years, right? No. Something happened with my board. Okay, now we are back. I would go rook takes h2, but the problem is that b3 seems to be very strong, and yeah, the knight is gone. Of course, I can play something like knight c3, but I don't like this at all. The computer is suggesting an unbelievable move of knight takes b2, which is just crazy. And the idea is that you took the pawn. Oh my. Well, this is going to be tough for black. I do remember that I lost some games from the opening preparation. Not many of them, luckily for me. I was able to hide everything, but they are painful, these losses from preparation, and it can easily happen here. Yeah, after some thinking, Gunay Mamadzada took rook takes h2, which is apparently a mistake. But this is going to be tough, and it's a suburb preparation from Monika Sochko. It's a little bit lucky because you can't guess every move of your opponent, of course. It would be too boring to play chess in that case, but from time to time it's possible, and it's exactly what happened in this game, because black was caught in a real piece of preparation, and I find this king d7 idea to be brilliant. I mean, in a human game, it's something. But sadly, it's the first line of the computer, and then white preparation continued with the exchange sacrifice, and then move rook c6 threatening b3. It's just, I don't know, crazy. You can never come up with this during a normal game. But yeah, it's exactly what happened. And to be honest, I don't like these kind of computer preparations. I don't like them, because maybe the reason is that I don't do them. But somehow I'm a fan of black now, because we always support the weaker one, right? So yeah, now I support black. I hope that she can hold somehow, but it will be very tough. And it's good news for Monika Sochko because this preparation really worked. This knight takes b2 move was inhuman, so rook takes h2 is on the board. You know, this commentary I really do like this championship and this commentary because they are exactly on my level. So I know perfectly what is in their heads. They are playing my moves. We guessed like everything. That's what I do like because commenting on the 2700 level would make no sense, right? I don't know what they are thinking about. But in this tournament, I know perfectly. And I can even feel these emotions with them because I, I know this from my own experience. So rook takes h2 is a logical move for a human, and of course b3 will come. And now black is facing a difficult decision. I think after b3 she will understand that maybe it was better to take on b2 anyway. Because now actually the best move according to the computer is knight b2, which is sort of stupid. So knight c3 will happen, bishop takes, rook takes. And yeah, one can understand that this is going to be tough for black. I think the counterplay that black will try is the g5, g4 idea, trying to gain something on the king side, but it's not enough. Objectively, white is on the verge of winning this game. It's a big advantage because we have two pieces for the rook, right? And that's something. Okay, a nice position. I think we are ready for the first short break. I will have a coffee and I will be back in, let's say, 10 minutes. Thank you very much for watching and see you soon. Bye. Okay, dear chess friends, welcome back to the live commentary of the 8th round of Women European Chess Championship 2022 here in Prague in Hotel Don Giovanni. Uh, we didn't miss much because, as you can see, the first board is still uh, at the same position where we left the game before the break, because white played b3 and black is thinking for 25 minutes already. I'm not surprised because black is trying to find something, some counterplay, and trying to avoid white's preparation, because white spent only 2 minutes of her time on the game so far and these 30 seconds increments. So she is in her preparation and black is in a bad situation. So we will see whether Gunay Mamadzada will be able to have to gain some counterplay, to overcome these difficulties. So far it doesn't seem like that, and the position of black is bad. On the second board, on the contrary, we have some moves, and we left this game at the moment where black played bishop e6, and I told you that it's surprising that black did not prepare for this line. She is playing the Marozzi and she doesn't know this b3 b4 setup, and she was thinking for 24 minutes over knight d7, which is, at least I think, the most standard move. And now, honestly, I would expect knight d2, knight d5 first, but bishop e2, it's also normal. And now a3, and I think in that game of Magnus, something like h4 happened, trying to gain space on the king side and maybe even some attack against black's king. It's also possible to play knight d5 or even castle normally. Black played rook c8 now, which is also playable. And when I'm now white's thinking, and I do believe she is thinking about knight takes a4, which is a logical option, and about knight d5, which would be my choice actually. Now after bishop takes d5, I can take with the e-pawn. And I don't know. I don't see a good way for black to solve these issues. After knight b6, c4 is not hanging. My idea was to play a3 somehow and knight a4, but it's just too much, right? White can play normally f4 and then f5, and white is super happy here. So yeah, knight d5 is the best move, I think. But also knight takes a4 could be good, maybe. Of course, then b5 is a logical reply, and then rook takes c1, queen takes c1, opening up the queen side in this way, and then maybe shuffle the queen and the rook to c8 or b8. But yeah, we have this variation on the board. Okay, as I told you, I can understand these games. b5 on the board. I'm a little bit surprised by knight takes a4, what Maria Gevorgian played, because I think knight d5 was somewhat more stable and it led to a very nice advantage. I don't see why it should be bad. I think white has advantage after knight d5. So, to my eyes, it's a small surprise, because now after b5 it's not so stable anymore. Black gained some counterplay, but on the other hand, it's 2 pawns, right? Already. It's something, and the b pawn is going to be a strong one. So maybe she calculated it and she decided that the compensation is not enough for black, which is probably true. But still, I wouldn't go into this, because now I would feel under pressure and I like knight d5 more. For example, here knight c3 is already bad because of rook c8, and this is not going to end well. And for example, after knight b6, this is also bad because I play rook c8, or even queen takes a2 first. No, rook c8, I think. And again, this position I don't like. So I wonder what's the idea of white now, because after queen a8, I would feel under pressure. Maybe queen d1, and after bishop takes a2, something normal, let's say short castle. Maybe like this, yeah? Also, it's not forced to take on b5. I can imagine that maybe white's idea was to play knight c3 first. And then, if black takes with the pawn, then this position is probably good for white because of these two pawns on the queen side. They are free and they are going to march forward. And black's counterplay is non-existent so far in the center, so this is probably good for white. So I can imagine that, but the problem is that black can take on c4 with the bishop, or even with the rook. And this is something I would not recommend for white, because we have material advantage. On the other hand, the positional advantage is in black's hand. The bishop is very strong. And, you know, when I compare it to the line of knight d5, I think the comparison is quite clear. So I'm curious what will happen in the next few moves, because, yeah, black sacrificed the pawn on a4, and I think it was a good practical decision in the situation where it looked bad and black was not in her preparation. It was some sort of a practical decision to gain some counterplay, to gain some compensation. And yeah, I'm surprised by white's decision. But on the other hand, the compensation may not be good enough. We will see. We will see. It's an interesting fight on the second board. In the case this game ends in a draw, then we have a possibility for the first board to gain 1 point lead in the tournament, as I told you, and we will go back. Still no move for Gunay Mamadzada, still a sad story. Still a trapped knight. Maybe we can have a look on the camera. Yeah, Gunay is thinking. She is alone there. Her opponent left because white's still in the preparation. Unbelievable. It can be a sad story for black. From time to time it happens that you fell into your opponent's preparation, but yeah, usually it's not that bad, and this is really bad. It will be two pieces against the rook, maybe a rook and a pawn, but the problem is that black rooks are not coordinated at all. In this position, one rook is on a8 and the other one is on h2. Black has no free pawns and no counterplay against the king, so it's just all against her, right? I can imagine some situation where the rook from g2 will be good against white's king, but this knight on e2 is blocking it, and that's the problem. Well, knight c3 probably, bishop takes, rook takes, and now, well, it's a question what white would do. Maybe something like e4, opening up the center against black's king, because after all these problems, even black's king has problems. Let's imagine the move, I don't know, rook b8 or something like that, then bishop a5 is almost the mate, so yeah, that's bad. Let's look at the third board. Yeah, this is the game on the second, and this is the third one. E5 happened. That's what we expected. But after E5, I'm very surprised by Black's move Queen D8. So far, it was her preparation, but this is the first move invented over the board, and I don't like Queen D8 at all. I think Queen G6 was a must. The Queen on G6 is eyeing the G2 square, which is very important. And also, the Queen on D8 is very passive, right? This is not a good move. So D6 and Bishop D5. Okay. Logically, knight D4. You can already see that for white, it's very good that the queen is no longer active on G6, because I don't need to worry about G2 pawn. Actually, I would like to play something like Queen G5 here. But okay, this is bad because... Yeah, but maybe it's... Yeah, I would even consider playing Queen G5 and going back, losing 2 tempies. It's bad. I can understand that. White can even play something like H4 or Queen E2. But okay, Black was hoping that F6 would destroy the pawn center of white, and then that Black can win the pawn on D6. But yeah, she forgot about a very nice combination that Batsiashvili found. And it's a very nice trick. A logical one, because this is the key defender of Black's position, the bishop on D5. And by playing knight F5, White is destroying this key bishop, which is the key to Black's position. And now how we can defend knight E7 and knight takes D5, yeah. And if you take the knight, I take the bishop on D5, and this is a game over. It's with check, and then I go E6. So this is a very nice combination, and I do believe that rook A7 will be played, but it's out of the desperation. White can win an exchange, but maybe she'll choose something else, because now the compensation of Black is actually not that bad. But we will talk about this later, because we have a guest here. It's an ECU tournament director, Petr Pisk. So please, Petr, come here, be welcome. I will take you a chair. And we will be online. Yeah. Welcome.
Hello.
During our live commentary. So, how do you like the tournament?
Of course, I'm very happy with the tournament. I think all of us from the organizer side, it's till now very successful event, and I hope that all participants enjoy it.
Yeah, you are an ECU tournament director, so it means from time to time you go over the tournaments to see how they are organized.
It's true. I'm going sometimes for take the ECU fees, as it was my duty here. It's always very funny to always say to the players that they have to pay this, but my goal is I'm taking care about European Club Cup.
Mm-hmm. And where is going to be European Club Cup this year?
Not this year, when I will invite all of the people to Meyerhofen. It's in Austria, so it will be the first week, 2nd till 10th of October. I think it will be a very nice event. I enjoyed it a lot because in Austria there was not for a long time such an event, and so I think it will be nice.
Yeah, and when you compare this event to others you saw across to Europe, you think we are doing good?
You mean here?
Yeah.
I think it's on a very high level, organized, and of course in the Europe is generally in the how the times is going, the level of organization is growing everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
But the level of organization in Prague. I think it's very nice, and it's our friends from our contact from Pardubice. They are very experienced, and this experience is really easy to see because those are small things which normally are not seen. So what I think it's a very good organization, and it's also important to understand that it's done we are in Prague. We are in the center of Europe. We are almost in the center of Prague. So it's not normal. Normally the tournaments are somewhere. So we are in the place where many and many millions of people would like to live. I spoke with the players, some of the players who are participated here, and they want to stay in Prague in the future. And so it's a nice place, and this is also, I think, the reason I hope that strongly. I hope that because, of course, we are trying always to speak to the players if they are satisfied. So I hope that they really enjoy it.
Okay, thank you. And we had a conference here about women chess, and you were one of the organizers. We had many important guests here during that 2 days. How do you feel about that? About this conference?
Yes, I'm very happy. It was the idea came, I think, in the last year. At the end of the year, just I got the idea to do the conference of women for women because FIDE announced the year 2022 as a year of the women in FIDE in chess. So I got the idea to make a conference here because I spoke to the organizers. It was fine, and then I tried to speak about the possible financing of the event. There was said that it's possible because, for example, in November in Slovenia, I spent around 3 hours with our president Arkady Dvorkovic and the president of ECU Zurab Asmaj-Parashvili, and we spoke about 3 hours about the women chess because it's very interesting time and it's not easy to solve the things. And so I got the idea. So I spoke to them. Then later I get in touch. I got the idea for a leader of this conference. So I called her to my old friend Regina Pokorná Tesl, who is a former Slovakian. It's a woman grandmaster, European champion. I think 1999, but I'm not sure. My memory is not working so good. But of course, she is a very nice lady and a very nice person, charming one, and who loves this question about the women chess because she started to do the same. She started to work in the Commission for Women Chess in Austria. And so I asked Regina if she would like to help me and if she would like to lead the conference. So we agreed, and then started another part of the work. And it was the start to Regina took a lead of this, and because she is really very friendly, a very nice person who knows the majority of the top players in the world, and they are very strong. They are friends, strong. And so she, for example, not former, but the winner of the 2021 European Championship, Elina Danielian, she came in the free day to speak about her career, but normally the players will in the free day they are not coming and they prepare, they take rest. Because this European Championship is a very special one because we had an Olympiad in Chennai a few days ago, so they are very tired, I think. And so, if such a person is coming in her free day to speak about for 1 hour, she was there, and so she was fantastic. I just as Regina, as Elina, everyone. So I think Regina chose very nice person, very nice personalities as a speaker. And finally, also, of course, she helped with the financing to speak with the ECU and FIDE. There is I want to thanks to ECU, to Zurab, and to all of the people. I want to ask thanks a lot to Dana Reznice Ozula, who is the top woman in the FIDE and ECU also. And of course to Eva Repkova, who is the chief of the Women Commission in the FIDE. So those people and some other maybe also helped us to organize this. So finally we were nervous because, for example, for me it was the first conference and I didn't know exactly what to do. I wasn't sure what to do exactly, but together with organizers and also there was the huge advantage was that it was during this championship. It was a free day on Friday, Saturday till the lunchtime. So this was still the time. He was the Zura Pazmai-Parashvili, the chief president of ECU, was here at the time. Dana Reznice came, and Eva Repkova came here. So all people were here, and I think finally, I believe. That it was successful and we are all very happy, and now already I got some idea again to continue to make a tradition, so maybe we will see, because the final, I don't know how to say bombonek, final třešnička na dortu, final touch, final plus of this conference for me. I was very happy that as I think everybody already know, ECU announced new presidents for the next 4 years of the commissions, and the new chairman of the commission for women chess became Regina Pokorná-Tejsel. So I'm very happy that I'm sure that also this conference helped, and I'm happy because she's just great, and it was she loves chess and she loves people. So that's what I really appreciate.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Petr. Do you still have time to watch the games? Who is your favorite in the tournament?
Oops. True to say that I'm normally an absolute lover of chess. I'm able to see everything, you know me, that I can speak about everything. I like to speak as people can see. But this time it was so hard, the tournament,
to
organize this. Huge thanks to the organizers from Pardubice. I think they are doing a great job, and I didn't see almost one game, no, 0, because I was just too many things is going on, and I didn't see almost nothing. I just saw that Monika Sočko is leading, what I'm very happy for, because this is a lovely person. As I heard, if I'm right, if I'm not mistaken, 26.5 is the average age of this championship. What is great, and it's easy to see that the youngsters, that the young generation is here, and that Monika is still ready to fight with them and beat them. But this, I think, she stays very well also now. It has a very good position.
So yeah, it was her preparation. And
I saw your commentary in the beginning.
I even got the message that she already won. That's a good news for our Polish friends, because Gunajma Madzada fell into the preparation and she was not able to solve it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I just wanna. Pardon.
Even the motive that I showed the spectators the rook b8 move, and then there is bishop a5. I showed this during our transmission. It really happened. Yeah.
Yeah, bravo. So she's playing great, and I just wanna congratulate also to the not congratulate, but just to say to the Polish chess is fantastic. Their work with the women mostly. Of course, men are also great. Just Poland is for Czech Republic, for example. This is our, how to say,
role model.
Role model. They are just doing great job. I know that the they play Klobasa with it on the Olympiad in Chennai. Now Monica, what is doing? They are just the when I'm going to speak again about the women chess. I think the Poland is one of the greatest country just in the history is going to be to this as was the Georgia and so on before this country. So Poland has a great future, and it's very nice to see, and I'm happy of this because our cooperation with Polish Federation is very nice. The people are fine, friendly, and we very appreciate that the level of their chess and the love of the girls. It's easy to see that they all want to be successful. They love chess and they wanna be successful in this. So I'm very happy to see it. Of course, I hope that Elina Danielian will get medal in Prague. Hope so because her love for chess is fantastic, and I hope that the conferences of women chess will continue. And generally, I think that there will be not there shouldn't be only discussions about the women chess, but generally it can be on each theme. We have many themes but so I think these conferences generally can be done for another themes, and it's very fine because the people are open. They open, and when the people starts to be open, then it's a place to change something and to get some important ideas how to improve things. And I think that chess have bright future.
Okay. Thank you, Petr. Thank you for coming
you
to
also.
the live commentary. So thank you for coming. You're
Thank
free
you,
now.
and good luck for the
Thank you.
rest of the day and
Thank
rest
you.
of the tournament.
Thank you
Thanks.
very much. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, we will continue with the commentary because we see that the duel on the first board ended, and exactly in the way I have shown you, because Gunay Mamadzara, she was under big pressure and she couldn't handle it, and Bishop A5 is a very nice mating attack, and that's what I do like. King D7 on the board, played 15 minutes ago because we have 15 minutes delay due to anti-cheating reasons, but now Rook C7 will be played, and after King D8 we can move the rook away, let's say to Rook C1, and the king is trapped. And that's a sad story for black player. This was a clean game. Right out from the preparation, Monika Sočko won her game very convincingly with a nice mating attack. I mean, this rook b8 was a mistake, but anyway, there was no chance for holding this position. The a2 pawn is too strong, and as I told you, there is no piece coordination between these two rooks on a8 and g2, just nothing. So yeah, it's a big win for Monika Sočko. Congratulations, because she may have 1 point lead for the last 3 rounds, and that is something. And I thank Petr Pisk for coming. I fully agree with him that, how to say, we got some pressure off because as the Czech Chess Federation, we are host of this event, and of course we were nervous, but now it's already the round number 8, so we are approaching the end, and I can feel that everybody is happy here, that they feel welcome, and also my big thanks to the AVE Contact Company. Guys you probably know, Jan Mazuch, Jiří Petružálek and Petr Laušman, and all their helpers. They are doing their job perfectly, and I can really feel that all these very important guests we had here, starting from the ECU president Zura Pazmoj-Parashvili and all the girls from FIDE and ECU, you can feel that they were happy here, and that's a very nice feeling. So let's return to chess. The first game ended very quickly. It was a win from the preparation. As I told you, I'm not a fan of such wins, but they are here now with these computers and all this stuff, and we have to respect that. Uh, yeah, we can see the final moves, but now the rook goes away and it's just mate. So we continue. On the second board, we also have a Polish player, Alexandra Malcevskaya, but she is not that happy as Monika Sochko is because we've seen this line and black is objectively worse. But white was able, after 15 minutes, she found the best move according to the computer, the move queen d1, which is a good achievement. She realized that the queen on c1 will be under attack after rook c8, so she moved away, which is the best move. But anyway, I would play something else as white, as I told you before. But I can understand it now. The b5 pawn is strong. And there is no direct threat to white. Say if I go, I don't know, king h1, nothing's really big is happening. So, yeah, okay, white is slightly under pressure because the knight on a4 is very badly placed. But still, it's a pawn, and it's a pawn on b5. So, okay. White is better in this game. So, it's a big surprise, actually. Rating-wise, Maria Gevorgian, she has only 2,200 rating, only. So she's not the favorite of this event, but she's playing perfectly, really. She's doing her job very well. And yesterday she won against the biggest favorite of the tournament. No, she drew. Oh, I was mistaken. She drew against Monika Sochko. I will check the game of Nana Zagnidze because that's the biggest rating favorite. Oh, she lost against Gunaima Mazara. She was playing the first board today, but she also lost. We've seen that game against Monika Sochko. And okay, yeah, I wanted to check this game anyway because bishop g5 happened. And we were talking about this. Exactly, I told you that d5 is a mistake because of bishop g5, and that's exactly what happened. But now I'm a bit surprised because I would expect bishop takes e4, right? As we talked about this. I know that maybe h6 is the issue because h6 forces the exchange of the bishop pair. So that's the reason why Nana Zagnidze played something else, but this position is much better for white. You can see it. You play bishop g2, and then who is going to stop these pawns? And then I can play even rook b1. Black has worse pawn structure. The pawn on c4 is weak, and I have the center and everything. So strategically, this is much better for white, I do believe. So that would be my choice. I can also understand the move played in the game, f3 move, which leads to this position where also the advantage goes to white, but it's not that stable. This is a very non-standard pawn structure, and I can easily imagine this to be played in a wrong way because this is not easy. On the other hand, yeah, white also has an advantage, so it's probably okay. A very, very non-standard pawn structure. Still, we can expect that this pawn is weak. We can expect white winning this game. Nana Zagnidze is a rating favorite, and also she has a better position. So yeah, it should be okay, and Nana will return to the top boards. And it's a long time we checked the Czech games, so I will return to them. The game of Teresa Rothstein. Oh, they played this b4 a4 line I've shown you, but now instead of knight e7, black played king g7. Okay, now knight e7. I have no problem with that. Bishop takes. I wouldn't exchange this bishop, but okay. She wanted to go knight h5. Why not? And knight g6. Yeah. So black is moving her knights to the king side, and the queen is going to be placed on f6, which is actually quite dangerous for white. On the other hand, white has a counterplay on the queen side, and I do expect a move like d4 to be played, shutting down this bishop. Oh, d4 was on the board, okay. Shutting down this bishop. And then only 3 black pieces are on the king side, and that's not enough for a mating attack. So it should be relatively okay. The thing is that I would like to have king h1 on the board, because when you go knight h f4, there is a necessity to calculate this knight takes h3 move. So I'm happy to have the king on h1. Usually then knight takes h3 is not that strong. So now I can play maybe bishop d5 or d takes e5, because knight takes h3 is not with a check. That's very important. So maybe king h1, but okay, bishop d5 happened, that's also normal. And now I'm expecting bishop takes b7. Black has some compensation for the pawn. As I told you, she is going to play knight h f4, so according to the computer, the game is around equal. Nice game so far. And Natalia Kanyakova, she is playing against Dina Belenkaya. Sergey Movsesyan told me uh, outside that she was here doing live commentary after her yesterday's game, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And today she launched a very interesting kingside attack. But anyway, I told you that this rook f6, rook h6 may happen. And it really happened. And, you know, for humans, it's unpleasant to be under attack on the king side, but the computer is not happy about the attack. The computer shows that white has the advantage. The reason is that the attack is not that prepared, and the most important thing for white is to push knight e5, and she did that. And the knight is annoying on e5, it's blocking some lines for the attack. And more importantly, f3 is going to happen, and then the attack is relatively non-existent. Yeah, and also knight g3 is now the other idea. Because now, for example, queen h4 is a possibility, but let's imagine the position after knight takes and queen takes. I mean, at first, this looks so good for black, but then you realize that white is taking over. And suddenly this is bad. The knight's hanging on d7, and the position is just in ruins for black. So it can easily change completely, and this position is quite tricky for both sides. So queen h4 really happened, h3. Knight df6, logical continuation, piece sacrifice, because the knight just can't go back, it would be a disaster. So knight df6, nice idea, objectively not that sound. The problem for black is that the counterplay is not that strong, and I mean, one can play even b4 and saying like, what is the attack, where is the attack, what are you going to do? And God knows what happens. After 26 minutes of thinking, Natalka played queen d1. And honestly, because I know these girls, I think it's a good strategy from Dina Belenkaya to launch an attack. Because if given a chance, Natalka would do exactly the same. She's a very attacking player, and defense is not her favorite part. So I consider the strategy of black to be good, but as it seems, it didn't work out, because queen d1 is actually a very nice defensive resource. I can fully understand that computer would play something else, but to my eyes, this is a great move. We are preparing f takes e4 because then the bishop is no longer trapped. Let's imagine f takes e4, d takes e4, and the bishop can go back, which the bishop couldn't go back after f takes e4 in this position. Black would take, and the bishop's trapped. On the other hand, this may have been played because the bishop's trapped, but maybe we don't care. I can even play bishop c4, why not? But it's not winning a piece. So that's why queen d1 happened, and queen g5, and f takes e4. But now I do believe that f takes e4 was a must. Okay, white can go to b1 with the bishop, right? And to have a piece. But there is some attack on the king's side. Maybe rook takes h3, right? And it's not hopeless at all. Black can be even better, maybe. There is an attack. Of course, black should play f takes e4. Maybe even after queen g5, I would rather play knight f4 in this position, stopping all these threats of rook takes h3. With, I think, better position for white. But f takes e4 happened, and this queen takes e3 move is not good. The reason is that the queen is alone on e3, and you can't make a whole white army with one queen. One queen is not enough. So, yeah. The problem is that now after f takes e4, I just go back, and now there is no rook takes h3 move, which is a bad problem. Because now if you go with a rook takes h3, I just take, and there is no attack. So I wonder what black's idea is, because if there is no idea, then it would mean that Natalia Kanyakova will win this very important game. And to remind you, she already has 4 out of 7, and she is gaining like 32 rating points. If she wins this game, I mean, according to the life rating, she may be even in the top 5 of Czech women. Again, because she's very talented, but she is no longer that active. Hopefully this will, I don't know, she will gain new motivation after this, hopefully. As a chairman of Czech Chess Federation, I would be happy to see more girls playing on a high level. And I think this tournament is perfect for these girls. It's a very nice opportunity to play European Championship in Prague, and I hope that some of them will gain new motivation from this tournament, and maybe they can start playing more than before. It would be great. Okay, so we checked all those games. We had Petr here doing the commentary with me for a short interview, and I think I'm going to have another short break. Thank you for watching. Let's have 10 minutes and I will be back soon. See you. Okay, dear chess friends, welcome back to the live commentary of the eighth round of Women European Chess Championship 2022 from Prague Hotel Don Giovanni. Um, the first board is not there, so you can see the second board because on the first board we already saw that Monika Sochko won against Gunay Mamadzada. So it was a big win for Monika Sochko. We talked about that game. And now, before the break, we checked the game between Natalia Kanyakova, the so far best Czech player, and Dina Belinkaya, which was very interesting because Black sacrificed a piece and we left the game here. I told you that the queen is alone on e3 and the queen alone is not going to mate White's king. And that's exactly what is the case now. Computer is showing that the position is winning for White, but it's not that easy. The queen returned to g5, which is correct, and now the h3 pawn is hanging. And the correct way how to defend this position was very nice. White was supposed to play rook c3, covering the h3 square, and if e3, then the rook is going to f3 or covering h3 again, the other rook, or White can even go rook f5, which is more active, and it's already clear that this is going to be winning for White. Sadly for us, for the Czech fans, Natálka didn't play rook c3, but the knight played in the game knight f4 is actually quite logical as well. But somehow the knight is a tactical weakness on f4, that's true. So rook c3 was better. But anyway, the position is okay and Black is probably supposed to play rook e8, continuing normally. I know with the piece down, that's true. But on the other hand, the position is very complicated. Black has two pawns for the sacrificed piece and probably ideas like rook h4 or bishop c8. So the position is not clear and we will return to this game later. I realized during the break that Tereza Ročtein, who is our also second best player in this tournament, having 4 out of 7, she won yesterday against Julia Movsesyan, our best player rating-wise. And that was a huge victory for her. And that's the reason why now in this round she has a stronger opponent, Lara Schutze from Germany. But as you can see, Tereza is in a very good form in this event, and Black gained the upper hand in the game. Somehow. Yeah, I do believe that this bishop d7 move was not correct. Somehow, I don't know, knight h2 was supposed to happen. But anyway, we will see what is the problem exactly with this bishop d7. Well, I can understand that, for example, rook takes d7 is possible now. And knight takes h3. And that's exactly the variation Tereza may play because the attack is enormous here. Black has perfect compensation for the exchange. White's king is very weak, maybe king f1, but if she takes, then knight take. f2 is hanging, h3, and the rook is a tactical weakness. Queen g3 is a possibility. Well, that's the main threat, actually. So, no, this is not good for White, and we may see another victory for Tereza. Another victory would be great, and our players on 4 out of 7 are doing great today. Well, good job, girls. Hopefully you will win, and we will return to this game later on. Let's have a look. Just to repeat, because repeating is the mother of wisdom, we see the final position from the game of Monika Sochko. She won, and she is on 7 out of 8, which is incredible, and leading the tournament, of course. maybe even a lead of 1 point, which is very big. But it depends on the second board, where we left the game here, where Maria Gevorgian is playing against Alexandra Maltsevskaya. And Maria was better prepared, she had better position, but somehow I found this move knight takes a4 not practical, let's say, not that practical, and as you can see, I was right. Because the knight is very annoying on a4, and white was not able to play something like king h1 to wait a little bit. So white played knight b6, which is so human, you know. I can fully understand this move. But the problem is that it left the a file, and the queen is allowed to go to a3. And this is such an annoying position for white. I mean, you are a pawn up, but all your pieces are passive, and the pawn on b4 is hanging. And that's bad. That's annoying. So she played queen d4, and that's actually a good try. Because anyway, this pawn is covered, so you need to exchange pieces. For example, after queen takes b4, white would take, and there is queen a1. That's a very nice trick. So, yeah, this is good, but I think after bishop c4, which destroys the defense of the b5 pawn, I think even black can be better. See, if you take, I just play queen e3 first, and that's an issue. That's may have been overlooked by black. I wanted to say that even king takes g7 is possible, and also this one's possible, but this would be good for white, I think, because white has this rook b1 move, which is crucial. And yeah, but it would be a draw, I think, after rook b8, something like that. It's a draw, around a draw, let's say. But the problem is that all of this is not necessary, because after bishop c4, the bishop takes g7 move is not possible at all because of queen e3 check. And then e2 is falling with a huge effect. Sadly for Alexandra, she didn't find this move, bishop c4. She played bishop h6, and I can understand this idea because c1 is under control. On the other hand, the bishop on d4 now is very strong. And I do believe that b6 will be played. And now I don't know what black is going to do. The b pawn is marching forward, and who is going to stop it? You can play queen takes b4, that's for sure. Then maybe something like queen d3 or bishop f2. And now, after, let's say, rook c1, which was probably black's idea, I can play queen d4, and who is going to stop this pawn? Anyway, nobody, right? This maybe even lost for black. So, bishop h6, I don't know, we'll see. We'll see what's the outcome of the game. But objectively, bishop c4 was better. And it's a very tense fight, you know. I can understand that they are making mistakes because this is very non-standard pawn structure. And there are a lot of tactical possibilities. So it's very hard to navigate without mistakes. And that's exactly the reason why I think that in this position, in the beginning, it was much more practical not to enter this jungle with knight takes a4, because then b5, everybody can see that, and then it's somewhat forced. But to go knight d5 was a better practical solution with very nice advantage to white. I like this position. After bishop takes, e takes. Of course, black is not forced to take with the bishop, but it's a normal move. And then this position is very nice for white. But anyway, let's go forward. There is the third board. And when Petr Pesky, tournament director of ECU and also our delegate of the Czech Chess Federation, just before game, we had this position on the board. And actually rook a7 happened. And I told you the knight f5 is a very nice trick. But now knight e7 is not necessary at all. It can easily be a mistake because then black would be relatively happy. But rook g3 happened. And I do believe that Nino Batsiashvili is playing this game with huge power. And going with the knight to f5 and with the rook to g3 is very nice. It's in the style of Mikhail Tal. I like this very much. Now knight takes h6 is a serious threat. And yeah, white is happy. I mean, it's non-standard and it's not clear, but white should be more than okay. And for example, after king h8, knight e3 is the possibility. The knight goes back because this is the key bishop, and when I take it, the position would be winning. So let's imagine this. Now I take. And black's position is just bad because of this strong pawn on d6. I don't think black can take it. I join in with my last piece, and after rook f6, I do believe I have this move, and suddenly it's bad for black because of this a5 knight. But it's very logical that this position is bad because you can see all white pieces in the action playing actively. It's not surprising that after rook takes d6, now black is not able to take with anything because either he loses this knight or there is a mate on g7. It looks nice, but it's very logical. In the game, f takes e5, king takes, knight takes h takes king h8, knight g4, logical. White has the upper hand. White has a big advantage. All black's pawns are weak. This is a bad piece. This is hanging. Queen h5 is a threat. I mean, yeah, this is just bad. Black is a pawn up, but no. Very nicely played by Nino Batsiashvili. This is such a nice game. Yeah, it's very nice. Going with the knight to h6 and then returning to e3 and building up the pressure on the king's side. Yeah, it's a clean victory. It should be. It should be. And a huge boost of confidence for Nino Batsiashvili, because by playing such a nice game, you really gain a lot of motivation for the last rounds. Because now I don't see a defense for black. I mean, the king has to run away. This is such a bad situation. Everything is hanging. Even rook takes d5 is threatening, and this knight on a5 is such a bad piece. King is weak. This is just falling apart, and I really do like this game a lot. Clean victory. So I will check the game of Nana Zagnidze because we were there, and of course I want to follow the biggest favorite of the tournament. Currently, after yesterday's loss, playing on the 10th board number 10, which is not her place. And I think she will move forward because this position looks very good for white. I don't think anybody can stop the attack on the king side. But black will try, okay? Black will try to gain some counterplay, like playing b5. And then, I know, the c6 hanging, right? Something like that, yeah. The question is how white is supposed to break the defense on the king side. And because the queen side is somewhat lost, of course I can take on a4, it's a good move, but how do we break the position on the other side? Because we will have to win there. That's a question. Well, there is d5. Problem is bishop h3. That's why maybe g4 is the move and then playing d5. And that's a way how to break it. Maybe, yeah. Um, so black probably is not going to play b5 because of this c6 weakness. But anyway, g4 is possible. And maybe that's the way how to break the position there. Queen e7 will be played, I do believe. Then maybe something like h4, maybe, or g4. And when you go queen h4, trying to block the king side, that's a logical idea. Then, I don't know, maybe even bishop g6, right? Yeah. Yeah, tough situation for black. But it's not a forced win, so the game will continue. Anyway, after all, black has a rating of 2344. It's not a beginner's level, right? So she will defend, that's for sure. But the question is how, because you don't want to lose this c pawn. And apart from that, from the move b5, I don't know, the position stuff. The pressure is too strong on the f file. It's not a forced victory, but yeah, hard to oppose that. So we have Teresa Rochtain, and I told you about this possibility of rook takes d7, which would be my choice, especially in a time treble. But computer shows h5, which is also logical. But in the game, queen e7 happened. And I'm not saying it's a bad move, not at all. But after this exchange, I think it's completely clear that we will see a draw. I mean, I can't really imagine another result because black is very active after all with the queen and all this pin and the knight. On the other hand, white has no problems because this bishop it covers everything, so it's just a draw, right? I don't understand this move, honestly, because it's only running into the check, but it doesn't hurt black. It's just a draw. There was this opportunity after d1, but somehow, yeah, I do believe that black was somewhat satisfied with the exchange of rooks and putting the queen on c5 and making a draw. So I don't blame black for not going into this wild combination. Yeah, h5 probably was the move to play, but okay. Yeah, this drawish outcome is logical. And Natalka is still playing, and we have bishop c8 on the board, which I told you is the possibility. But I would rather start with rook e8, because leaving the rook on a8, it means that we have big problems, and I don't like this. Rook c3 happened. That's good. At c5, that's a good try. Trying to undermine the knight on e5. That's a good try. But now I do believe that due to this badly placed rook, we already should have some forced win for white. Because all our pieces are active and black has this two badly placed pieces. I do believe there is some forced win, but I don't know how. It's just a feeling. Maybe knight takes d5 and knight f7, something like that. I don't know. Knight takes, bishop takes. Queen somewhere. H takes. Bishop takes. Well, this is winning, right? But okay, it's not clear at all. In the game, queen c1 happened, which I do understand, of course, because it's aiming against the c8 bishop and also somewhat offering a silent exchange of queens. But yeah, After bishop b7, I'm solving most of my problems. And don't forget that black has 2 pawns for the sacrificed piece, which is actually not that bad materially. And c takes d4 is a threat, so now I don't know. Suddenly my coordination of pieces is not that good. I don't like this queen on c1. Maybe, yeah, I can offer the queen's exchange, and when black takes on c1, which is not forced, of course, but let's say, then I take with the rook, and so I saved this knight on e5, because I can take on d4 with the bishop. So, of course, when I establish the blockade on d4, the position is winning. So that's why the knight e2 move is logical. So yeah, that may happen on the board. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, let's have a look at the game that we didn't check at all yet. And it's an Armenian duel between the last champion, Jelena Danielian, and young Anna Sargsyan. Jelena Danielian won the last championship, and this is the board 4. Both girls have 5 points, which is a good result so far, and this 8th round is crucial. They started with an English defense, again transposing to some sort of Maroczy structure, but black didn't react with c5 and she played d6, which leads us to the King's Indian. After a curious transposition of moves, we have the King's Indian. Yeah, and I know these h3 plans are very popular these days, even without the knight f3 move. They start very often with h3. Knight c6, this is not a common line, because usually we go e5 here, right? And then white can decide whether white wants to blockade the center, or whether white wants to go someplace else. But knight c6 is a strange one, because this pawn structure is supposed to be very good for white. I analyzed one game of Natálka Kaňáková during our commentary this week, but the pawn was already on f5. And it was that situation, and even in that situation I told you that I don't believe in black's structure. But without this pawn, I mean, where is black's counterplay? Come on. This is really not good. And yeah, it's possible that black normally is not a King's Indian player. That she played only against the English opening, that she played this g6, bishop g7. But come on, this is basic knowledge, and this is not good. Okay, so she tried to push f5 in, which is logical, but anyway, position is just bad. So she played f4, but no. This is an opening disaster, and it's curious because after 12 moves we have just a ruined position, and she has a rating of 2378. Something must have been terribly wrong in her preparation or her opening play, because you can understand that this is some sort of a normal position with the pawn on d6, but even that is in a sort of worse reduction of King's Indian for black, because usually the white's king is on g1 and you are starting an attack on the king, and now it can go to c1. But okay, that would be the least issue, but with the pawn on d6 we have some sort of a normal position. But with the pawn on e7, I mean, such a huge weakness is there. And where is the counterplay? I mean, you can go with the pawns and be there, but there is nothing, because the king is going to the queen side. That's exactly what happened in the game, and white's position is just strategically winning, because it has an overwhelming advantage on the queen side. So it was just an opening disaster. I think Jelena Danielian knows her opponent, yeah, from common trainings or something like that, but it's just my guess. It's also some sort of a derby between Armenian players, and she was able to choose the opening accordingly. Uh, and it was very unpleasant for her opponent because she ended up in such a bad position. Rook d2, rook d1, playing it calmly without any issues. Black is doing something on the king side, but the d file is open. And yeah, this is just methodical. White exchanged light square bishops, and this bishop on g7 remained, which is a very ugly piece. And then white is trying to open the king side to be active. Yeah, very methodical. I like white's position a lot. And now we need to cover this only threat of queen takes c3, so we go king a1. And black has no counterplay. Black needs to take the pawn here, but after bishop f2. No, this is just so bad. And now I can choose what pawn should I take. I guess queen takes e7, right? And no, I don't see black holding this one. In no way, then I go a3, just to be sure. Rook c2 happened, which is also a good move. Somehow I missed the d file, but black doesn't want to exchange rooks anyway. And the rook c2 move is designed against queen takes c5 because then there is rook d5, which is even better than what we analyzed before. And this is going to end in a victory for Jelena Danielian. At least I believe so. And yeah, she will have 6 out of 8, which is great. If you have any tip for any game, please don't hesitate to write in chat. I will briefly check the game number 25 because we analyzed it and we ended up in this position which is better for black. So I wonder how it went with a famous streamer, Lila Koridze, against Tiana Blagojevic. The positional advantage of white is huge, and it went from bad to worse for white because she now didn't handle the pressure on the queen side. I think it's already difficult, and the a4 pawn is such an annoying one you can't take up because of bishop takes c4, that she didn't handle the pressure, and now the queen side is somewhat gone. Now this in the game against 2 bishop is unbearable. a3 is a good move. Maybe there was a quicker victory, but one does not need to find it. Now this is a deadly weakness. We have 2 bishops, an advantage on the queen side, and the thing is that it was better to play it aggressively, now b5, because she played f6, which is not a bad move, but you can see that this is not decisive, and it's a little bit pity. Playing king f8, you're giving your opponent time to play knight e3 and knight c2, which would be something, trying to get b4 in and knight takes a3 maybe, or even just to stay on c2, saying that it's a fortress. So yeah, I can imagine that white is relatively happy here because the worst is past her. The knight on c2 is doing its job very well. There is no bishop takes b3 then, because I think black wanted to play that. So yeah, it's a game, but let's say black increased her advantage from the situation we saw earlier during our first part of the transmission. So Teresa exchanged rooks, and as I told you, this is gonna be a draw. And we return to the game of Natalka, where, surprisingly for me, didn't play bishop b7, and she played queen h4, going all in. But where is the threat? Where is the threat? Don't know, honestly. She wants to play g5 or what? But the question is, what happens if I play g3? I mean, you just helped me, no? You just helped me with the queen. I go g3 h4. And then the queen, oh, she wants to go here. But then I go somewhere with my knight. And the queen is hanging very badly together with the rook. Well, this is lost. Because if you exchange, then everything is hanging in black's camp, and you have nothing to offer against it. I will be an exchange up with a better position. So I think g3 wins. And I think it's a forced win. And that's something black doesn't want to hear. So hopefully Natalka will find it, because I wanted to say that they are entering a very funny phase of the chess game, a mutual time trouble. You have 90 minutes for the first 40 moves. You're gaining 30 seconds per each move, but playing on these 30 seconds is actually very difficult. So you need time for thinking, but they are only playing 23 moves. And Natalka has only 12 minutes left, which is a big time trouble actually. So this is going to be fun. The position is winning for white, you can see it. That's pretty clear, but anything can happen. The g3 move is not easy at all, because somehow a human would like to stay with the pawns on g2 and h3, but on the other side it's difficult to see a useful move. Maybe b4. Funny little idea, b4. Why not? It can be good. But anyway, I don't know, even if I'm threatening to take on c5, probably not. So, yeah. No. An interesting position. Yeah, g3 I would go. It's not that difficult. This knight takes d5 combination just wraps up the game. I can't imagine now black holding this position, because everything's hanging in black's camp. And if you go e3, I take with my queen, and then if you take, I can play everything, like knight takes f6 and everything. So no, this is not good. So hopefully Natalka will find g3 and she will win the game. It would be a very big victory for her. So let's go to the top boards. Revisit board 25. We were there, Ivan. You missed our commentary. I revisited it. I told that we have the same pawn structure. Initially, black was much better when she was entering this in-game, but somewhat she lost time playing f6, king f8, king e7 instead of going for the queen side. So now actually white has some chances to defend this in-game, but it will be a long, tough defense, and I don't think it will hold forever. I think black, it may be objectively a draw. It may be. But in a human game, I won many of these in-games with two bishops. It's very hard to defend. So you will make some mistake eventually. Usually. Of course, there are exceptions. There are tough defenders who can hold this position, but I don't think this is the case. So black is not convincing, but I think, yeah, black is much better, and I'm expecting her to win. So again, for those who are missing, Monika Sochko is leading the tournament. She won today against Gunay Mamadzada, and she has 6 out of 8. On the second board, the position is much more complicated, and we left the game somewhere around here. I criticized the move bishop h6 because this bishop on d4 survived and it's very strong. And after queen takes b4, queen d3, we have some sort of a critical position where e5 is not a good solution. That's for sure. I mean, this bishop is annoying and this pawn is very annoying, but e5 is not a solution because it only weakens the d6 square. And apart from that, nothing is solved. So I think something like d5 would be the correct solution. I know I can understand that it's risky. If you don't want to play d5, then I would go rook b8 first. Because anyway, I mean, the pawn is such a dangerous threat. I would be happy to sacrifice the exchange for it. So rook b8 is sort of a preparatory move, because if you do nothing, I take on b6. It would be my choice. I can understand that it's still difficult because rook a1 is on the table. So, yeah. And then there is a back rank issue. So, yeah. Well, okay, rook b8. Why not? E5 didn't help me. Maybe black was hoping that bishop c4 will be a solution. But now I can calculate such an easy line that after b7, there is a big problem for black. Now you may end in an endgame just in an exchange down, but the pawn is here, not here. It's a big difference because now the d6 pawn is such a weak one. And it will fall. She will take it. And without this pawn, 4 against 4, it's usually lost. Especially when white has this bishop against this bishop and black still has some problems with the king. I don't think this is gonna be holdable for black. This is just lost, I think. For example, this. Then you can see that already such moves like rook d7 and bishop b8, king f2 first. This is going to be lost for black, I think. And we have the variation on the board. Okay, come on, guys. I really know what they are calculating and how they feel during the game. Yeah, it's a very nice trick. Black fell for this trick, and Maria Georgian, I think she's going to win again. And that's a huge victory, because if I understand it correctly, but she already played with Monika Sochko, so we will have a double-head horse race, because Monika Sochko will be the leading one with 6 points and now 7 points out of 8, and Maria will have 6.5. Come on. And that's a big surprise, because as you can see, Maria's rating is only 2,200. And today's game was not precise, but yeah, it's winning now. And sacrificing the bishop on e2 was a very nice trick. And now it's just deadly lost. Bishop b3 happened. Well, that didn't help, right? Now the position is objectively lost because the bishop is covering b6, which is a brutal force. And now the only way, the only thing needed is to get to the pawn. And yes, I see it. It should be possible, right? Anyway, black is in a big time trouble, but this bishop b3 move is not stupid at all. Yeah, I don't know. Let's say bishop a6. Because there is a question where black is going with the rook. And it's a tough question. And I like asking such tough questions in my game, because you don't want to go away from the 8th rank, and you also don't want to go away from the c file. And if you attack my bishop like this, I'm going to play bishop b7, and that's a wrap up because I get to d5 or c6, which is much better square than e2, and your position will fall. Instead of bishop a6, white played queen a1, which I also wanted to suggest. It's also winning, because then you activate the rook to b1, and yeah, it's just it. But somehow I liked bishop a6 more, but okay. Queen a1 is a logical move. And then, yeah, the truth is that now I can see some small little problems for white, but only just a small one. Yeah, this is not going to be. But with queens, it's not that clear. Without queens, it's completely over. But with queens, probably it's also over. I just need to watch out the back rank. I'm not going to play queen a8, maybe just h4 or g something. I don't know. This is objectively winning. So we will wait till the end, and we have this. Sadly, Nino Batsiashvili, after a beautiful attack, she got into time trouble, and yeah, they are still playing, so it means that it's not winning for somewhat I don't believe. Is queen g5? Why not queen g6? Maybe it's okay to play queen g5 anyway. King g8 going back. Interesting. Okay. Well, that was a surprise for white, that I can tell you. I'm sure about that. It would be a huge surprise for me because I expect the king running, but it's not running and it's going back. Yeah, but I think this move was much better because it created also another threat. Not only rook h8, but also another. And this, after king g8, there is no such threat as rook takes d5. And maybe the best move for white would be to go back with the queen and then to go to g6. In the game, she played rook g4. And after rook takes g4, I can understand that white's position is objectively winning, but it's not mate, it's not. But, okay, it's not mate, but winning position, so. Yeah, but, yeah. As you can see, this rook on d1 is now not in the game. Also the bishop on f1. And if I'm not mating black, then I can easily watch my position deteriorate. Let's imagine the knight jumping on d4, and it's only 2 moves. So it's actually tricky now. And you can see on the computer evaluation that the position was winning, but I don't think it was winning easily. But I do think that queen g6 was winning easily. I honestly don't know why she didn't play that. I mean, was she afraid of rook f6 or something like that? Maybe, yeah. Maybe, but I can even take the bishop. Why not? Just take the bishop. And if you go here, he takes d5, then I go knight f5. Maybe she overlooked that, but it's very nice. Tal's combination. Yeah, but even I can play like this. And it's a different story right now because the rook spinned. Still, there is a problem. I can play this knight g4 line anyway, but in a much better situation with activated pieces. So, and I can also play bishop e2, activating the bishop, right? So, yeah, somewhat white lost the threat in a time trouble. Because now, yeah, we see this knight c6, because now it's no longer that clear. It's still good for white. Yeah, but it was a very nice game, so it's a bit of a pity that, Batsiashvili didn't finish this game in style. And it's still on, and I can imagine that it must be a little bit frustrating for white to see this game still continuing. So, yeah. It's no longer easy. Bishop e2 I like. This is a nice move. Trying to get bishop h5 in. Yeah, this is a nice move. This one. Now both players are in a small time treble, still having 5 moves till the time control and only 13 minutes left, so it's a slight time treble. But the problem for black is the position still. This bishop e2 move is very nice, and computer shows that the best reaction is queen f8, which is a little bit sad. But on the other hand, yeah, I can understand that. If you exchange queens, then black is going to be relatively fine. So yeah, why not? Queen f8 defending the king. Interesting. Interesting situation. Yeah, I like this. Okay. So let's have a short break. Let's say 10 minutes. Then we will check the games again. And we will have probably the ending phase. It's very tough round. I'm a little bit sad that the game on the top board finished too quickly, but it was a great preparation from Monika Sočko. So that's the biggest even for today. And the other games still running, we will return to them. See you soon. Okay, dear chess friends, welcome back to the live commentary of the 8th round of Women European Chess Championship. As you can see on the cameras, the tension is growing. We entered the decisive phase of the round. Some of the girls survived time travelers, some of them don't, and we will do a short recapitulation. You can see the position on the third board. We left the position around here. It's the game between Nino Batsiashvili and Gulnar Mamadova. And Nino played very nice game, but sadly she wasn't able to finish on the high level. And as you can see, bishop e2 was followed by c3, b takes c3, b takes c3. Black wanted to gain counterplay in the time treble. And then instead of playing bishop h5, which is completely logical, I honestly don't understand why Nino didn't play bishop h5. She played rook f1, which is, I don't know, I don't understand that. And after c2, rook g3. And after king e7, there is no mate, right? Rook takes g7 and the king goes to d6. And the important point is that the rook from f4 is covering f8, so there is no queen f8 mate. And knight is covering d8, so there is no queen d8 mate. And moreover, the knight is covering also b8, so, well, that's a safe square for the king. But let's imagine instead of rook f1, going bishop h5, then if you go here, and if you go king d6, you can of course try that, then you can see that my piece coordination is much better. I have all my rooks in the game, and I can continue normally by playing bishop e8, threatening a mate in 1 on d7. And, okay, it's not that clear. I mean, I can understand that it's a little bit confusing to human eye. But, I mean, when you go bishop e2, you surely should follow by bishop h5. So, yeah, that's a pity, because in the game now, actually, it's quite difficult for white even to survive the game, because the c2 pawn is going to promote, right? So in a time treble, we see an unbelievable turnout in this game. Black is suddenly more active, the king is relatively safe, and the only move saving, not winning the game, is queen h7, which is actually quite difficult already. And black can continue by playing queen takes f2. Unbelievable. And then making a new queen. But this one is actually difficult. And I think we will going to see a huge fight here on the third board. Thank you for the comment. We have many Polish fans, and I'm not surprised by that, because Monika Soczko is leading the tournament. Sadly for our Polish friends, the game between Maria Gevorgian and Alexandra Malceskaya has already ended, and there was no turnaround. We left the game here, and I said that white's winning, and white already won. So we will see a huge race between Monika Soczko and Maria Gevorgian, who is a big surprise of this tournament. And Monika has 7 points, Maria has 6.5, so it will be a huge race. Of course, anybody else can enter the race, because it's still 3 rounds to go. So it's not that we are finishing tomorrow, we have 11 rounds. So we will just go through the rest of this game, and we can see that the B pawn decided the outcome. Well, it was important not to go b8 now, because rook takes b8, queen takes b8, there is bishop e3, and suddenly it would be no longer that clear. Still, amazingly, even after such a blunder, white is better after king h1, because the position after, let's say, queen takes b6 is still better for white. But now that didn't happen, king h1, and this is completely over. White played just calmly rook g1, not to make any blunder, and after bishop e3, bishop a7 followed, and black resigned because she is going to have a bad in game with piece down like this, and this is not holdable. So black resigned after bishop a7. Good game by Maria Gevorgian. It was not clear in that phase when she played bishop d4. Black has very good compensation for the pawn, but played it badly, and Maria won the game. This bishop h6 move was actually quite bad. So that was the game on the second board that already finished, and we return to the third board where Nino Batsiashvili was not able to find the saving move queen h7 according to the computer, which is not a surprise. Queen c8 is a human move, but you can see that black not only survived white's attack because king on d6 is a relatively safe place, but black can actually win the game, which is unbelievable. And if it stays like that, if black finds the move queen takes f2, would be such a huge blow to the confidence of Nino Batsiashvili. Because I considered that game to be completely winning for white, and I even told you that Nino will have 6 points. But as you can see, in chess, nothing is really decided until the game is finished completely. And until you sign the score sheet, anything can really happen. And that's exactly what happened in this game, because completely turned out that after queen takes f2, you have to take, I promote. How are you going to defend this position? I believe bishop f1, right? And then there is this difference between queen h7 and queen c8, because now after queen e3, rook d7, and there is queen c2 idea, which, well, someone maybe is able to calculate that, but as you can see, it's not easy at all. And the difference between evaluation of this variation is huge, because this is apparently winning for white, and this is apparently winning for black. I mean, it's inhuman, right? But on the other hand, it's logical that the queen can join the defense from h7, but from c8 it joins nothing. And here it's no defense for white. I mean, you give the check, the king hides to c5, unbelievable fight, an unbelievable run with the king. And it's not Nino Batsiashvili who will join the fight for the first place. It will be Gulnar Mamadova. At least it seems so right now. I'm wondering what else can happen, because this is a crazy game. So far it seems that after queen takes f2, it will be black on top. So we are waiting for the last move before the time control. Yeah. But queen takes f2 is not that such a hard combination, right? But also queen c3 may happen. But no, I do believe that queen takes f2 will be played. Very interesting fight. Okay, let's recapitulate other boards. Nana Zagnidze was sort of winning. How the game went. Okay, there was a pressure on the king side, but somehow Black was able to hold that pressure. And now I would expect, yeah, White was supposed to play this h4 somewhere, but she didn't, yeah? Bishop f2, f5. And now she allowed this b5 counterplay, which can be quite tricky. He takes b5 and takes b5. That's a good defensive move, because sometimes you will need this sacrifice on b1 or rook fb8. So taking with the rook is actually quite good. Queen g2, yeah, somewhat Nana Zagnidze is out of form, and maybe yesterday's loss has a big impact on her. And of course, she's tired after Chennai Olympiad because I don't recognize her. I mean, her play in the first rounds was suburb, and now Black is gaining the upper hand somehow. Objectively, computer shows it's still equal, but if I compare the position here and like 10 moves ago, when we analyzed it, like here, you can see that white pieces remained exactly on the same places. It's amazing. Exactly on the same places. Compare this position and this position. See? Same places for white pieces, but black, I mean, black played 10 useful moves. So it has to have some meaning, right? The position was bad for black. Now it's equal according to the computer, but I think already black is gaining the upper hand because the difference between this position and the position 10 moves ago is amazing, right? It's good to understand that. But now, now the pawn is going to queen. Yeah. It's somewhat sad. Position was good for white, but she didn't handle the face before the time treble, and this is just a piece down. So white is continuing the game because it was a time treble, but now we are the move 42, and I'm expect resignation. It's a painful loss for Nana Zagnidze, especially after a good opening. But yeah, Black used her opportunities and opened the queen side and just moved the pawn forward. And sadly, Nana was not able to organize a good counterplay on the king side. And now this position is just decided. So a big win for Black Azerbaijani player Hanim Balayeva. As Petr Pisk, one of my guests today, as he told, the average rating of the starting field is actually quite low. It's somewhere around 26 years old. And it's actually amazing how many new girls are entering the top. And yeah, one of the victims of this movement is Nana Zagnidze today. And let's have a look how our girls are playing. Because Rothstein Teresa had a draw when we left the game. But something happened, and I don't know what. We were there after this one. And for some reason, Black decided to exchange queens. It could have been done in a more fashionable way by playing queen takes c3, right? And after bishop f5, just king g7, and I don't see any problem with that. Because I know you can take on g5, that's true. But I can also take on b5, so we are even, and this is going to be a draw. So queen takes c3 was nice. For some reason, after 6 minutes of thinking, Black played queen d6, which is a bad move. Because suddenly there is a free pawn on b5. And I know it's blocked, right? Without the knights, the game would be drawish. But there are knights, and maybe the pawn is not blocked forever. I can play something like knight d2, knight c4. And actually knight d2 happened. I would like to see king f1 first, stepping out of the deadly pain. Seems like a better move to me. But yeah, knight d2 is a logical plan. And the pawn is not going to be blocked forever, I think. So yeah, queen d6 was not that careful decision. Teresa took the pawn, but she is worse anyway. And we have the pawn back. And now I don't see Black holding this. I think this is pretty bad. We have some chances because when we exchange the knights, it's gonna be a draw. So, for example, after this, I don't see white winning this. White would have to play f3, and then the king is going to block the way. I mean, let's say like this, and it's gonna be a draw because there is no way for white's king. Uh, on the other hand, white is not going to exchange knights. So after knight b6, I calmly go knight a5 or knight g2 even, and I just play on, right? And these in games can be quite difficult to hold because you still need to carefully watch out the b5 pawn, and also on the king side there are some weaknesses, right? And it's difficult to play such a position. Yeah, knight c4 happened. Now I'm expecting knight b6 and the knight moves away. And the game will continue for a long time, I think. And how is Natalka doing? Because this was a fun game. And g3 happened. Yay! This is... Oh, wow, this is good. We have hopes here in this game. Natalka found knight takes d5. Good job. Yeah, and we lost the transmission now. That's a sad story. But the game is lost, but I think it's winning for white. And I hope that Natalka was able to find such a nice tactical blow. I mean, this is one of the nicest combinations I've witnessed during this commentary of all rounds. I like this move very much. It's aesthetically pleasing, and I hope it happened in the game. The idea is that after you take, I take. I mean, it's simple, right? But it's nice. And then you can't take the rook because of bishop takes d5 and I'm winning a piece. But if you don't take the rook, then what are you going to do? The knight's hanging anyway. And there is the pin. So, for example, after rook takes f6, I take the knight. So, yeah, this one is very nice. Sadly for us, we may have some transmission problem here. We will return to this game later on. I may refresh the page, whether something changes or not, I don't know. So far it seems that no, we lost the game. Oh, sad story. Hopefully Natalka will come here to me and we will know the truth. Because already they made moves till the time control, because we already have like 7 p.m. and they started at 3 p.m. so they passed the time control, that's for sure. Yes, so we will see that later. Hopefully it will change. So to make a short recapitulation, we have Monika Suchko and Maria Gevorgian in the lead of the tournament, and the other games are still on. We will check the game number 3 or 4, and as you can see, we may not see a single draw in the first 7 games. That's what I call fighting chess, right? Not a single draw in the first 7 games. That would be something. So the board number 3, yeah, we left the game somewhere around here, and actually queen takes f2 happened. Good job. Good job, Gulnar Mamadova. Nice combination. And suddenly it's black who has an attack. Unbelievable. It's not white attacking black, but black attacking white. And now I think Nino is sitting there. Maybe we can have a look. The board number 3. I guess Nino is sitting there thinking. No, it's not. Yeah, it's move board number 3. Yeah. We can see the black player. Yeah, Gulnar Mamadova correctly with black pieces, and we are not able to see Nino because of the glass of water. Oh, we see her now, but she is thinking. They are still playing, but it doesn't seem good for white. Because after queen takes e2, black has a material advantage. And also, I would say it's more probable that black is going to attack. Because white, white has to go something very ugly, like rook g1. And then I can even consider playing rook f1. And now I'm threatening mate in 2, and how are you going to save this one, right? And you have to go probably h3. And then, I don't know. Well, the truth is that the position is pretty non-standard and it's not finished yet. So, yeah, because I can't move the knight. This is my key defender. I can move the king forward. That's maybe one of the best moves. But this one is protected. And how am I going to win this game, actually? I can understand that I am winning, but you need to win it somehow. And that's not clear. I mean, I can maybe push this pawn forward, but that's risky. I can also attack this pawn, but it's gonna be defended. So it's not that clear. I know computer shows -4, but I mean, yeah, it's winning, but I've seen positions that are winning and everybody can find a win. Here it's winning, but so queen c7 happened. So now king c5 is the only way. And the knight on c6 is doing its job perfectly. This is the best piece on the whole board. And now maybe rook c1. Maybe we saw that on the camera. But it doesn't help white. I just play rook c4, right? Relentlessly focused on white's rook. But no, this is not that clear. I mean, I can imagine this to turn around because this position is pretty complicated. So we see the girls fighting and also we see the board. There is currently queen c7 on the board. And yeah, I'm not expecting resignation here. Nino will fight till the bitter end. But for black, this position is objectively winning. She has material advantage and surprisingly, maybe for somebody, black has safer king. Look at these pieces. This is a defensive monster covering all the checks, and this is an attacking monster covering his body and also attacking the g2 pawn. Very nice construction, and as I expected, rook c1 happened on the board. So now I'm expecting rook c4, of course, because exchanging rooks is in black's favor. And after rook c4, computer suggests that white should exchange rooks, but that will not happen. And white would go rook g1, protecting g2, just in case. And it's difficult to find plan for both sides. And maybe rook takes a4 is the best move, right? Because I can see this pawn can be annoying after a5 and queen b6 is the threat. So why not to take it, right? It's not the best move according to the computer, but I like it. Now I destroyed all of your hopes, and when you check me, I just go back. I saved this. Yeah, rook c4 happened. Good job. I saved this for the future, and after moving the rook away, I expect rook takes a4 because it's just a human way to continue the fight. Yeah. And then maybe the black a-pawn will queen, who knows. Already the c-pawn queened, so why not the a-pawn? It's actually quite funny. Maybe black will make two new queens in this game. Maybe not only two. Okay, let's check other games, because we saw a game of Jelena Danielian during our first half of this transmission, of this commentary. And we left the game somewhere around here after rook c2. And I told you that this is positionally winning for white. Look at this bishop and all these weaknesses. On the other hand, it's still a game. And I like white's solution here. She took the knight. The knight on f6 was actually quite bad, but look at the remaining pieces, and that's the reason why computer is not thinking that this is the best move. But look at the remaining pieces. This bishop is not going to take anything in this game, but on the other hand, this knight has a future. Not now, right? But in the future, it will be useful. And this is a grandmaster thinking because she played it strategically for the better light piece. The knight is going to be superior over this bishop. And it worked. You can see that the knight is slowly activated. And now a very nice exchange sacrifice, which is quite easy actually because it destroys all black pawns here in the center. Now it's important that black cannot go rook g7 because of queen takes b8, which is a deadly situation. Now after bishop f6, queen takes f6. The advantage is clear. It transformed. Now it's not the better piece because there is no black squared bishop, but now it's the bad king. So Jelena Danielian transformed her advantage again, which is actually a nice example. And now she calmly took the pawn. As you can see, many of her moves were not best according to the computer, but I like them. It's practical. It's a human way how to play this position. Now we have 3 pawns for an exchange, but now we need to activate all our remaining pieces. And that's exactly what happened. She activated the knight. And then she defended the back rank issue. I do believe that this position is winning, and she is free to choose where the knight jumps, and she decided that this square is good for the knight. That's probably true. So she went there. King b2 is safely protected, and now the knight jumps to d6. A very nice game by Jelena Danielian, but of course, somewhat somewhat sad that black chose such a bad opening. I'm surprised by that because please don't try this knight c6 at home. In King's Indian you need to play e5 first, because after knight c6 you're gonna get d5, and this pawn structure is objectively bad. Then the pawn is supposed to be on d6, not on e7, and these 2 pawns are weak, and they were weak till the end of the game. They are still playing this position, but as you can see, the knight on d6 is a monster, and white is going to slowly push the pawns, especially the e-pawn, forward, and may be possible that rook d2 will come first, just to activate all the remaining pieces, and this is not fun at all for black. And we see the Ukrainian duel, board 5. We didn't check this game yet during our commentary, and this position is bad for white, but they made a draw, as my director says. Oh my. Okay, that was a derby. What do we have now? I mean, why black made a draw? Because, I mean, white is an exchange down, right? That's surprising. They repeated moves. Maybe black wanted to repeat moves till the time control, and she forgot that it's already threefold. I would guess that that's the most logical explanation for the end of the game, because otherwise I don't know. I just move my queen and I'm in exchange up. That's a lot. Well, maybe black was afraid of rook takes a6, but that's not working at all because I go rook b1 check, and this is going to be made like this. Quick and swift attack. So bishop takes e5 is forced, but now I can go almost anywhere, right? Like rook b4. Well, maybe black was afraid of her formidable opponent, Anna Ushenina. Is a very strong player. It's possible, but I would guess that the reason for the draw is that black forgot that the position is gonna be repeated three times. Because as you can see, after rook a1, queen b5, bishop d3, queen d5 happened. And now they repeated moves, but instead of queen c6, maybe she went queen e4 and it was repeated three times. So anyway, it's a draw in a winning position for black. And it spoils our statistics because, as I told you, I was expecting no draw in the first 7 games. That would be something. But sadly, it seems like our statistics gonna be ruined. I don't know. Maybe we'll check that game later if it's actually true or not. And we will return to the game of Nino Batsiashvili, where, surprisingly for me, she exchanged the rook, which is, I think, a sad reality that, yeah, as you can see, black actually took the pawn. I can understand that, right? It's a human way. Of course, computer would play something else because the pawn is not that important on a4. But yeah, every human would take that pawn. Because anyway, the position is winning and we have one problem down. One potential problem down, because it was not a problem yet, but the pawn could go to a5 in the future, creating some threats, so it's good to destroy it. And rook g4, now I'm expecting queen a1 check or queen d1 check. Even e4 is possible, and I think e4 is actually a good move because we need to find a way how we are going to win this position, and I think making another queen could be a good way to win this position actually. So why not to go for e4 immediately? But I know computer shows like -7, but actually this position is not that clear. It's winning for black, but I've seen much clearer wins. For a human, this is not that clear, and anything can happen. They reached the time control, so I expect that Gulnara Mamadova will not let this chance slip. But it's not that clear. I can play, for example, queen g3. And there are some chances. Well, not many of them, because I see that black can continue like this, and after king h2, there are many ways to victory. Maybe something like queen d2, right? Protecting everything. But still, queen a3 check, there are some checks, and still it's a game. But objectively hopeless for white. Now I can just calmly go here, and you see there are no checks for white because of the suburb coordination of my pieces. That's what I like very much about this game. So we check our Czech players. Yes, you can see Nana Zagnidze lost today. It's a tough loss. And we return to our players. As I expected, after knight b6, knight d2 happened, and the endgame is much better for white. And it will be a long fight, but I do believe that finally white will prevail, because it's such an annoying position to defend for black. Objectively, it may be drawish, but with knights, it's gonna be tough. I'm going to regroup my knights to the king side, and no, I don't see black defending this. It's important not to exchange knights, of course, for white. And oh my, Natalka didn't find this knight f7. That's a pity. Oh, she did. Oh, she did. So knight b4 happened. What is that? And this is winning now. Oh, she wanted to be prettier than it was necessary. Oh, that's the reason, because now after rook cf1, it's just game over. That's a pity, yeah. So in the time travel, Natalka spoiled this chance. Because after rook cf1, I mean, it's game over, right? I mean, you can go here, but the g7 square is gonna burn. Who is going to defend that? So, yeah. I know it's with check, I can understand that, but I can go here and you ran out of checks, and the threat of rook takes g7 seems unstoppable to me. But maybe, yeah, there is bishop f8. I forgot about this option. So, okay, now I understand. But anyway, this is completely winning because I can play something like this, right? And then bishop d5. But yeah, okay, I understand it now. Knight b4 was a clever move. So yeah, okay, rook takes g7 happened. And d takes c5, now king f7, and bishop takes a8. Okay, so white went into a better endgame. She is a pawn up, and also she has a bishop pair, so it should be winning. So I can understand that she played this rook takes g7 line because it should be winning now. But sadly for her, there were better options, and this is not that clear. Objectively, it's winning, but look at these bishops. I mean, they are scattered all around the board. a2 is hanging, and it's just a pawn. So yeah, rook d2 is threatening. So this is not clear, and that's a little bit sad. Yeah, Natalka missed her chance, because now is computer showing something, but it's not important anymore. This position is very complicated, very complex, and yeah, anything can happen now. Yeah, in a severe time trouble, somehow white created a mating net for black's king, but the f8 square is out of reach. She went rook d1. Okay, this one is tough. Yeah, I don't know. It will also be a long in game, I think. Yeah, it seems like it will be a long in game. And the 25th board. This was this in game where I told you that I don't believe in white holding this, and white was trying for, I don't know, 20 moves, and finally she made a blunder, which is actually such a common thing. You defend for 20 moves, you are in a time trouble, you are tired, and then you make something which computer says it's a blunder, but it's actually a logical outcome of the game. When you defend for so many moves, it's very hard to continue without any mistake for another 20 moves, right? So yeah, it's just it. And now c4 is in the air, and yeah, if white does nothing, let's say, I don't know, if white goes g4, which is actually not nothing, but let's try g4. Yeah, maybe, no, well, g4 is another stupid move. Yeah, but... Oh, okay. This position is just bad. It's very tough to play. These bishops are strong. White has nothing to offer. Okay, let's play this h4, maybe. Yeah. Something like that, yeah. Yeah, honestly, as you can see, according to the computer, it was a blunder and the game is already decided, but I don't see the direct solution yet. What I can see is that the position is strategically winning for black, but that's true, but it's not that clear for a human eye. Now this c4 idea is there. Maybe we can win it like this by brutal force. And if you take, I just take, you take, and I take. And I have a good advantage here on the queen side, but I'm annoyed by the move king d4 here. Maybe it's not such a big issue, right? Because my plan is clear, I go b4, b3, and I win the game. And I was a little bit annoyed by this move, but I mean, it does nothing. I can even play f5. And when you go e5, I go king c6. And yeah, and this bishop on b1 is just stuck, and I go back with my bishop, and then I just win the game. Because you have no moves, you have to let me here, and then it's lost. Yeah, so it's probably like this, that white is doomed. Black forces this exchange. The knight on e3, it goes c4 or b4 first and then c4. And it's just winning on the queen side. Yeah, it's probably like that. But how white can stop this exchange and this advance on the queen side, I don't know. So this will end as a victory for black. Now let's go back. We really have the draw here. And I think queen e4 happened on the board, sadly for black, because now white claimed a threefold repetition. And it's actually the threefold. No, it's not. Well, I don't know. Anyway, it was a draw. Maybe they agreed on a draw in a winning position for black. I don't understand that. Maybe black was afraid of losing the e5 pawn, but I would doubt that. I think threefold repetition actually happened. And the third game is still on, and black actually played e4. Okay, that's a good decision, because black wants to push the pawn. I mean, black needs to have something to win the game, and the e-pawn is logical. White is trying to stop that pawn. But now let's talk about this in-game. Because it's a logical way to continue to offer the queen's exchange, to have the king safe. The problem with this is that you need to calculate exactly what's happening after h4. Somehow it's not practical. When you calculate it till the end, then okay, you can play it. But somehow it's not practical to give white this chance to rush forward with the h-pawn, because the initial position is completely winning. And after the queen's exchange, you need to calculate something. Luckily for black, there is this nice move, e3, because white rook can't take on e3. There is knight g4, and this fork is important. And when he goes here, I go here, and white can't stop these pawns with the king. In king f1, then I can even go a5 and run with the other one. And white is not able to stop all of them. Apart from that, there was bishop c4 also, completely possible. So this is going to end in a win for black. Okay, I will have a last short break, then we will have a final recapitulation of this round. Thank you very much for watching. If you have any questions, please ask me in chat, and see you soon. Bye. Dear chess friends, welcome back to the last part of the live commentary of eighth round of European Chess Championship here in Prague. I am a little bit tired, I must admit, but therefore I can imagine how tired must be these girls you see on the camera, because that's the third board still going on, a game between Nino Batsiashvili and Gulnar Mamadova. They started almost 5 hours ago, and they have a very, very interesting in game going on right now. Well, the game first was much better for white, then it changed and it's winning for black. But anything can happen. The position is quite dangerous for both sides, and as you can see, the pressure is there for both players because, of course, when one of them wins, it will mean 6 points out of 8 for her, and that's a lot. And that's a chance for fighting for European medals. And there is also a very nice prize fund here in this tournament. So, yeah, it's a big fight, and I'm looking forward to the final phase of the game because, yeah, it's a crazy, crazy mess on the board. We can see the position now. We left the game after Rook G3 before the break, and I told you that okay, the position is winning for black. As you can see, he has material advantage and also positional advantage. But still it's a mess and anything can happen. After Rook G3 you can see that white is trying to stop the E3 break, and we talked about possible Queen's exchange by playing Queen E5, which is objectively good. But on the other hand, it's necessary to calculate everything, and black decided to play Queen C1. After Queen F7 she played Queen D2. But honestly, white could have played h4. It would be a good try. It actually happened in the game after Queen f8 check, King d4, h4. And I thought that black wants to promote this pawn, right? So I would expect e3. For some reason, she played e5. And I don't get this because this bishop was protected by that pawn. And I don't know why e5 happened. And the computer doesn't like it. Apparently after rook g4, it's a very difficult situation for black how to push the e-pawn. So really, white also has some chances. She didn't find rook g4, she played h5, and now after e3 I think black is going to be first. But it will be a very funny position. We had one promotion of the pawn before, during the game, but now we can have another one, and on both sides. That's a crazy situation. Well, I'm a chess fan. I really do enjoy this position. Sadly, as I told you, I'm a little bit tired already, and especially for this position with 4 queens. As you can see, the black king is safe. It's amazing because white has 2 queens, but none of them can cause a headache for black's king. The only check is on h4, which is, I don't know, it's not that useful, right? So I just go to queen dd1 and wait for queen h4, which is like the only way to threaten my king. But now I can choose. I would go e4, right? these 2 queens, they are kind of dangerous. But after king c4, I do believe that checks are gone. And I have a mating threat on h1, which is, I think, unstoppable. But calculating this after 5 hours of a hard fight, this is interesting and very difficult. Sadly, rook g4 happened, which I don't get. I would think that h6 is the move to play. but it doesn't really matter that much because we get into the same position, right? E2, h7, e1. So white did it because she wanted to have h8 with check, but how does it help? The c4 is an ideal place for a king anyway. And I know it looks crazy, but actually, actually it's quite easy. The black's position is just winning. Yeah. I don't see any way for white to attack black's king. On the other hand, these two queens will attack this king on h2. This is just unbelievably funny position. But it seems like it's okay for black. On the other hand, to move the pawn to e4, from human's perspective, it it takes a lot of courage because you are running into promotion with check. So white will have two queens and it will promote with check. And that's not normal. That's not standard that after promotion the second queen with check there is no mate. Well, and even there is no check. Amazing. Yeah. Amazing. Yeah, black complicated the matters a lot because it's clear now that making queen e5 move was much better way. Centralizing the queen and protecting all threats, and in the case of queen takes e5, then h4 is not possible due to e3 and the fork on g4. So it was much better way. But also this position is winning, and I hope black will be able to do it. That's the third board. And let's have a look what happened on the fourth board. Jelena Danielian won already. It was a nice game. We left it somehow like 15 moves ago, and I told you that she will move these pawns on the queen side and in the center. That's exactly happened, and she won the game. So it seems like a smooth victory for white. Congratulations to Jelena. She is moving on the top. She has 6 out of 8. She is one of these players who has 6 out of 8. And let's have a look at our games. We have Teresa Rochstein on board 23 with 4 out of 7, and we left the game somewhere around here. I told you that I do not expect black to hold, but it seems that for some reason white allowed the exchange of the knight. Okay. Well, that's something. I'm happy. I'm happy to take the knight, and then I will try to block all of the entrance squares to the queen side. And I think that's just it, right? So, allowing the exchange of black squared bishop for the knight is, I think, a mistake. And here, black, I think, is able to hold the draw. It's not gonna be that easy because white still has some chances. I can imagine moving the queen to f2, then play g3, and opening up the second front, which is usually a good thing to do. But on the other hand, it's not enough, right? Black will also move the king to the king side, and then it's a draw anyway. So, yeah, as you can imagine, after king f2, g3, he will just take and put the king on e7. And there is no Zugzwang, because when you reach the f5 square with the king, I will be on e7, and then I can calmly move the knight, right? And there will also there will always be a square for my knight. Your pawn on b5 is not going to push forward, so I think I will just calmly sit with my king here, and if white king gets to f5, I will play king e7 and nothing, right? So I think I can even hold it passively. Maybe it's not necessary, of course, to let white to go to f5, but Yeah, it's not necessary, but on the other hand, I think it just holds. And when it's a draw, it's a draw, and it's a good result. We will wait here. Yeah, this happening that the knight will always have a square. Well, it's on a8. It's a little bit unpleasant to be on a8 with the knight, but why not? And I will always have the square because either a4 or a8 will be open for my knight. So I don't see a way for white to win this. So after a huge fight, it will be a draw. A good result for Teresa. And here Natalka is trying to win against Dina Belenka in a very difficult in-game. I do not envy this in-game, these girls, because it's a very complicated one. And after such a long fight, I do not envy them at all. That's a funny way to hold this rook on e5, to play knight g4. That would be an annoying tactical little finesse because actually this can be dangerous for white king. Oh well, he can change. We can play bishop c2, but after king f6, I don't see any way for white to win this. On the other hand, it can be even dangerous for white because after, let's say, bishop e4, which looks logical to my eye, there is knight h2, and that's a big problem for white. Luckily for us, knight g4 didn't happen, and rook e8 happened, and it's just a mess, but I do expect a draw, maybe. I don't know. It's around equal already because this king is also weak. Materially, it's equal, so yeah, I do believe it should end in a draw. The board number 25. What do we have here? Yeah, she found this. Good job for Tiana. And I think this is quite instructive. Quite instructive bishop in the game, winning for black. That to have a 3 pawn on the queen side is considered to be better than to have the 3 pawn on the king side and in the center, because it's far away for the king usually, and for white's king is also far away. So this a3 pawn finally decides the game. It's instructive. White is a pawn up, but she is losing, and she resigned. A very nice bishop in game. So let's go back to the top boards. So Jelena Danielian won, and we have this third board still going on. e4 happened, and now I am expecting this h6, e2, h7, e1, h8 madness, which will probably end pretty soon because then king c4 and the king is very well hidden. On the other hand, white's king is going to be under attack. So this is winning for black. We are expecting move h6. So we'll see what happens. I think girls understand that the position is good for black. On the other hand, well, white need to continue, and it's not that clear due to this h5 pawn, which marches forward. Yeah, funny position. So we will return to this, and I will check other our players. At 3.5, we have... Okay, at 3 point, Julia Movsesian won the game. That's good. 3.5, we had Petra Sochorová. She lost, sadly. And the young girls, Anička Lhodská, won the game. So she is gaining 39 rating points. I think she is sad that she lost yesterday, but today she won again. I will check this game. Okay, another funny thing. What happened here? Okay, this was just another crazy fight. So let's go there from the beginning. I think she was already a favorite in this game. I know that rating-wise, the Austrian player Chiara Polterauer was better according to the rating, but if you check the latest performances of Anička Lhotská, you will understand what I'm saying, that she was already a favorite in this game. But the opening didn't went well, and this move knight b6 is a mistake. I hope Anička will analyze this, because the knight belongs to f6 in this structure. I can understand the reason behind knight b6. She didn't want to block this f7 pawn and f6 square, but the knight is bad there. So yeah, this is very risky. f5 was her idea. On the other hand, the e6 pawn is very weak, and so far it doesn't seem good. So that's why she sacrificed the pawn, and she hoped for this attack. Sadly for her, it can be refuted by knight d5, I think, because this seems like a good counter-attack. When you take the rook, which is probably what you are going to do, I am going to play amazing move, knight f7, which is actually similar to something what we've seen before during our analysis, but now you can understand how powerful white pieces are. I sacrificed the whole rook, and then I played knight f7, but all my pieces are going to attack you. If you go rook takes f7, knight takes e7, and there is the queen, and if you take with the king, I go here, and then I take on e7, and this is going to be very bad for you, because now the knight is protected, so you have to go here, and I just take the rook, and there is another issue of rook e8, and this is just going to fall apart. But no wonder knight f7 was not found, so white exchanged the queens, but now look, there is some compensation. Oh no, oh no, my eyes hurt. No, rook a2 is not the move. f4, knight d3, knight d6, knight d5, rook d1 is just a madness, and bishop d2. Oh, it's a blunder. I like Anička's style, that's for sure. And now she takes another nice combination, and white position is falling apart. Now we have an advantage in material and also positionally because of the weak white's king, and we do not care about this exchange because we are going to mate you. And anyway, the knight on b3 remains. That's why rook a2 was a bad move, because the rook is completely out of the game. And now we just centralize our pieces, go f3, f2. Good job, Anička, today. We will see tomorrow, probably against stronger opponent. And we have another young player here, Natasha Richterová won, and we have Anička Koubová, but it's not her tournament. She played perfectly during the Olympiad. She was our reserved player and had a great result. But this championship is not going well for her. She's losing like 40 points. So what she gained during the Olympiad, she lost. It happens from time to time. I hope she will learn the lesson. Now I can see that this game was not good for her from the beginning. And she lost against Luisa Bašlina from Germany. Anyway, I will return to the board number 3 because that's something. And white spent 10 minutes on the move queen f4. But I think we are approaching the end of the game because after queen f2, I do not see any hope for white. I mean, you can play h6, of course, and that's probably what's going to be on the board. But after queen takes and e2, I mean, you are making a new queen, but I am also making a new queen, and then I will move my king, and that's just it. And you're going to resign because you have no hope. But it did not happen, actually. Black played knight e5, which is also a good move. And after rook g3 now, I'm expecting queen f2 to be played. So, I will ask the director, is the game still going? Can we have the camera? Can we check the result? Yay, they are still there. In an empty playing hall, still going on. Can we check the result, please? Because that's the last game I will wait for. Then it's a wrap up for today, but I should wait for this result. It's the board number 3, that's one reason. And the second reason is that the position is quite crazy. And I'm curious how it will how it will end. I really do like Queen H6. Apparently they are still playing. Because you see the knight went away from C6. There is a hole for White's king on B6. So that's actually an idea. So Queen F2 happened, that's good, and Queen H6 is actually a nice idea to continue the game. But still, it should be completely winning for Black. Now I guess, yeah, but it's not that clear anymore, right? This was a very good chance. I mean, I can go King C5, but it's not clear to me. Yeah, but this one is clear actually. This is a very strong move, but I doubt she will find that. I think no. And apart from that, I don't see a way. Well, maybe she will return with the knight because the knight is actually quite strong on c6, protecting everything. So maybe that's the most practical way to win this position, I guess. Just to admit the mistake of knight e5 and calmly go back with the knight. And yeah, that should be okay. But now knight f3 happened. Oh, well, that maybe also a strong move. I completely overlooked that. Well, it was logical, right? And after king h3, what's next? Yeah, happened. That's on the board. Maybe knight g1 then. Or queen f1. Yeah, come on. That's gonna be a mate. But there is this queen b6 idea, and no, I don't like it. Maybe it may be objectively sound, but no human would dare to play that. So I'm expecting, but knight g1, maybe even, yeah, knight g1 is on the board. But still, there is this queen b6 problem. Oh my, we have the move number 60. Still waiting for Nino Batsiashvili to resign, and she's refusing to resign. And Gulnar Mamadova, she has a big chance to reach 6 out of 9, 6 out of 8, to be on the top boards tomorrow. Anyway, after finishing this round, I will be doing commentary also tomorrow. We start at 3:15 p.m. due to the 15 minutes delay due to anti-cheating reasons, and I will be looking forward to tomorrow's round because yeah, tensions growing. We are approaching the final stage of the tournament. But anyway, what do we have on the board? Knight e2 is the human move to make, and then simply king b3. And the question is whether we will be able to run from the perpetual check. I don't know, honestly. I don't know. But I'm expecting this move anyway. Because now, of course, she is going to try queen takes a6. Now, what do we have? I guess, yeah, but I don't like this. Somehow I will need to block my king with the knight again, and that's not the reason why I went to e2. I wanted to mate you. So that's not what I would do. Yeah, girls, they are playing fighting chess. I do not know why we are waiting for the king h2 move, because I mean, you're not going to play king g4, right? Fine, or maybe she's considering it, but yeah, I will go through this line. Let's say knight e2 again, and I will go through this line to see whether this is a perpetual check, but maybe I can use this c2 square for my king, and I can do exactly the same in the variation of king h2, which is actually on the board. So I will go here, and if you check me again, I will use my bishop as a shield. But on the other hand, you still have this queen c6 idea, so the bishop is not going to be enough. Maybe I can go queen, king b2, and the f6 square is protected, and that may be very important, right? And this queen g1 and queen g3 idea is gonna hurt you. So maybe we are approaching the finish of this game, but knight e2 from a human point of view is actually a difficult move to make, because knight e2 allows queen b6, and maybe she will be afraid to allow it. I can understand that emotion, of course. So maybe she will be afraid to allow it by playing knight e2, so we can check the camera. Yeah, still playing. Still playing. Now it's white to move, actually. And white looks a little bit desperate. It's a pity we do not have the camera from the top. Maybe for the next European Championship, because we could comment on the position with the camera. So you can see Nino Batsiashvili, she looks a little bit depressed, but I guess she will make a move. Taking something, we're not there. I want to see that. I want to see. Okay, put the board back in, please, because we see that we have some moves, and actually Queen e2 happened on the board, which is a good move, and it takes some courage. Good job for Gulnar Mamadova. And she went right into this variation we analyzed, and I find it like it's a good achievement, because most probably after queen takes, there was also queen b1. Oh, that's a surprise. But okay, queen takes a6 happened on the board correctly, and now I am expecting bishop c4, and I can go to have some dinner, I guess, because this is gonna end soon. I will check the game of our players. Where do we have our players? Oh, Teresa made a draw. Good job. And Natalka is still playing. It will be a long fight. So, yeah, what do we have there on the board? Queen takes a6. We are expecting bishop c4. And it's very important to understand how black is avoiding the perpetual check. Now after queen a3, king c2, queen a4, the bishop blocks the... No, the bishop does not block the check. Oh, I forgot about this. Oh my, it can easily happen in the game. So the bishop can't move. Oh, that's something. So what? Then I have to go here. Yeah, I have to go here, yeah. And after queen b4, I go bishop b3, only then. Because, yeah, now she ran out of checks. And without checks, it's hopeless now for white. Can we see the camera? I'm curious how the players are playing. It's still going on. We do have this pawn on h5, that's what I can see. And black is trying to avoid the perpetual check. It's white to move again. Oh, black is very calm. Well, her position is better, that's for sure. So white is checking black's king somehow. That's what probably is happening right now on the board. Yeah, black is trying to hide somewhere, and we have h6. How is that possible? Okay, I'm looking forward to see this on the screen. We have another position here because we are waiting to move after queen takes a6. And bishop c4 happened, okay, after 3 minutes of thinking, and that is good. Bishop c4 is a good move. And white needs to... Well, actually, one of the possible variations is to allow queen a3, and after king c2, we can see queen takes e3. Sorry. And I take the rook here, and everything's gonna be exchanged. And now it's a question whether... Well, it's not a question. Yeah, I'm going to win this simply by playing bishop g8, and then I'm going to promote the pawn, the e-pawn. So that's not the question. Yes. Suddenly our transmission broke. We are waiting for the move of white, but it seems like she ran out of time. But we saw on the camera the move h6, and I don't know how we got here. Maybe something like rook g4 happened after one check or something. And we have queen a3 on the board. So that's a variation I told you about. The game is still on, unbelievable. Queen a3 on the board. Now we need king c2. And I hope black didn't fell into the same trap as I did. And now she didn't play this bishop b3 move, because king b2 is actually correct. So, yeah, let's wait, let's see. Unbelievable. The game is still on. How is that possible? We have king d2 on the board. Yeah, somehow I think black was not able to find a way for her king, because king c2 was much better. Now I understand that I can just play queen b4, right? And you need to go back, and then I go back, and then you will be forced to play king c2 anyway. So, strange one. I think, yeah, they are both very tired and under a big pressure, and it seems like they are still playing. This one is very tricky. Okay, so we have king d2 on the board, and we are expecting queen somewhere. Queen b4 or queen b2. Yeah, for human eye it's not that clear. Computer shows like +6 or -6, sorry. But king c2 was better than king d2. I can understand that. And this one is a little bit tricky. So we check other games, how Natalka is doing. Eliška Richterová is winning. And Natalka is still playing. Unbelievable. And they have something like a drawish in game. I don't know who is playing for a win here, because it looks like a draw to me. Well, not dead, but it looks like a draw to me. I think it's going to be a draw, and fairly good result for Natalka. The game was actually winning, but it was not easy. Now they are repeating moves or what? Queen a3 again. The king needs to go to c2. But maybe she doesn't see the idea of king b2. So Yeah, the game is still on, and we have the pawn on h6. How the pawn got there? Unbelievable. We see queen a3 on on our board, which is 15-minute delayed, as I told you. Um, but king c2 is the only try for black to avoid perpetual check, so I'm wondering why it's not on the board yet. Maybe black just she doesn't see the possibility of going king b2, probably. And she realized that after bishop b3 there is queen takes e4 check, which is a big issue. So yeah, maybe it's that problem that she doesn't see that king c2 is winning. Yeah, we have the knight somewhere. I don't know. It's a sad story for Gulnar because she was completely winning right now. So they are playing something else. Yeah, we are waiting for the moves from the board. So far we can see the camera. White looks still depressed. She doesn't know where to go. And the queen is somewhere around in the corner. It doesn't look good. Yeah, but from the from the moves on the board, we can see that black doesn't know how to avoid perpetual check. And she was running with the king somewhere around d2 and d3, not knowing the possibility of king c2, and it actually can be a draw pretty easily because if you don't know about this option of going to b2, then how do you protect yourself? How do you protect the king, right? It's not easy at all. So that's what we see on the transmission, and they're still fighting. Oh my, this is just a long game. Yeah, she realized that it was probably a blunder somehow. But she needs to move with the king anyway. There is still this pawn on h6, survived all this fight, which is a surprising thing to me. Oh, I can understand now. I can understand. Probably black didn't find a better way than to put the knight on c1, which allowed white, yeah, that's how we got there, which allowed white to take on e4 with the queen. That's how we got there. But now, after e3, it's already unclear because black has the pawn, but white has many other pieces. And after rook e3, it's already unclear whether black is able to win this position. But yeah, this is a good fight. Yeah, because black didn't see any other way how to get away from the perpetual check. So that's probably what happened. So now they actually may have reached the end game with queen and the knight against queen. Um, that would be a disaster for black because the position is winning right now, what we see on the screen. And if they got into queen and the knight against the king in game, and it seems like that according to the live camera, it would be a disaster for black, I can tell you. Yeah, I was correct. We have knight c1. Um, we can already see the move knight c1, which leads us to the variation I told you about, which is no longer clear. So I think black spoiled her chance of winning this game by moving the king to c2. It's actually mate in 28 moves. That's what my computer tells me. It's not important that it's in 28 moves. What is important that black covers his king, and after queen takes e3, I have this. And after queen's exchange, the position is easily winning for black by playing e3 and bishop g8. And that would be the end. Sadly for black and sadly for us, she didn't find it. So the game still continues, and it's funny because now white takes on e4, and it's just it's just a new game, unbelievably. It's just a new game, right? Now I guess rook e3 or something like that. Let's see the camera again. So we've seen the end. Oh my. Nino Batsiashvili made a blunder and she resigned. Oh, that's a sad end of this game because she fought very bravely, and during our commentary, we've seen. Yeah, we've seen that she fought bravely. The position was winning for black, but Gulnar Mamadova was not able to find a correct way. And yeah, they continued the line I was talking about. Let's have a look. They actually played rook e3, and queen takes e3, which allows white to to continue the game and to fight on. Yeah, we saw the last moments of the game. Let's have a camera again. They are analyzing after the game. Yeah. And Nino is signing the score sheets. She made a blunder in a huge time treble. So it's a sad end for her. And congratulations to Gulnar Mamadova. After a long fight, she was able finally to overcome the defense and she won the game. Because when you see the position, what we can analyze after, it's unbelievable. I mean, black made another queen, already a second pawn in this game, promoted to a queen. Unbelievable story. And then they continue fighting in this position, which is currently still lost for white, I think. But with this pawn, it's no longer clear, right? At least to my eye. And still, there are some chances for perpetual check, like queen d4 and then I don't know what. But yeah, as we saw the live camera, Nino Batsiashvili made a blunder somewhere in the in-game and she lost the game, which is the final result for today. I may check also the game of Anička, Natalka, and Natalka is still playing, but the game is also drawish, and that should be a relatively easy draw. So, a short recapitulation for today. We see that on the top two boards, white won. So, Monika Sochko has 7 points and Maria Gevorgian has 6.5. But they played against each other already. So, they will have different opponents tomorrow. And I'm looking very much for tomorrow because there is Nino Batsiashvili, Jelena Danielian, the champion of last year. They have 6 out of 8, and it will be a very tough round tomorrow. So thank you guys very much for watching this round's commentary, and I will see you tomorrow. Have a nice evening. Bye.